And we are officially live tonight here with Dewey Did It and Tradesmen Essentials. How are you guys doing tonight?
Doing pretty
Fantastic.
good.
We drinking anything good?
What with Guinness?
Guinness.
Guinness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very good.
Something different.
It's kind of like a curveball. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. What about you, Dewey? No, you're
I'm
on
having headphones issue right here.
headphone issues. Can you guys hear me well?
Yeah, you're good, man.
All right. So, we'll start with you while Dewey's fixing his headphones. How long have you been doing apartment maintenance?
Oh, let's see. About 15 years, actually. Give or
15?
take. 15.
Damn. And how
Yeah.
did you get into it?
About 15 years, actually. Hang on. There we go. How did I get started?
Yeah.
It was a summer job. I started out at a complex, like cleaning units, getting them ready.
I'm gonna catch you in just a second.
32 hours a week, I think I started out.
Just doing turnovers and stuff.
Just cleaning, wiping tubs, toilets, kitchens, sinks.
Did you do like grounds and stuff also?
No, we just clean. Oh.
Now, were you at the same company this whole time, or?
No, I've been through maybe 4 different companies.
How long have you been at your current one, I guess?
I'm going into my 10th year in July.
So you like it there, for sure?
Yeah, they take care of me, man.
That's good. That's
Yeah,
really good.
definitely.
I just want to say, a few what's ups here to the people in the chats. We got Tools and Trash, Turnings by Turner, Sam Zawicki, Amos Cardoza. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate that. Tool Cartel, Mike Hodge, and a nameless ghoul.
Yo.
And Kenneth Buxton, who he's a good guy, man. All these guys are good guys. So your company takes care of you. You've been enjoying that.
Yeah.
And how many people do you work with, or is it a small crew, bigger?
It's just me, another maintenance tech, and the property manager. But we have a bunch of we have landscapers, lawn guys, some guys that come in and help us do flooring, carpet installs, shit like that, and then roofers. Just a whole, plethora of different vendors coming in and out of there to help us out as needed.
But you guys do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's only the two of us for 96 units. So as we get backed up, we have to call in, different vendors to help us out.
We got Max B and William Logan in the house. What's going on, guys? We got, I think Dewey Did It is back up.
I'm good to go now.
All right, there we go. And then there were 3. I don't know if you guys want is that better? That's a better screen layout, I think.
It works.
It's weird with the Brady. Well, this is still Brady Bunch-esque, but you're not all 3 bunched up together, Now, Dewey Did It. How long have you been in apartment maintenance?
I started in about 2011. I think it was around October.
So you're pushing 10 years there, right?
Yeah, I took a leave for a couple of years, but I went into industrial and then came back to apartments.
So you started in apartments?
Yes.
And obviously you like it because you hop back into it?
Yeah, the industrial stuff, I was working late nights and all that, and had a little one and said this ain't meant for me. So I went back and found a great property.
You mean like as far as industrial? What do you mean, like factory work?
Automotive.
Automotive? Yeah. I don't know if I could do that. That's a whole different ball game, man.
Yeah, I like the apartment maintenance.
Yeah,
I've been pretty comfortable doing it for.
definitely. I agree.
Enjoy it and stuff. And you have a pretty big property down there, right, Dewey?
240 units.
240. And how many people do you have working with you, or?
It's a single leasing agent, our property manager, my maintenance supervisor, and a groundskeeper. That's it.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, I think we have 100 and. Well, actually, I forget how many units we have. 150 or something like that. But they considered a 1.5 person position.
They do it sometimes by how many units. Like they think where I'm at with 96 units that one guy should be able to take care of it. And it's kind of bullshit, you know?
I don't. Well, especially when you're doing the remodels also.
Well, yeah, and then you try to do everything in-house too, you know? So it's like, where's the trade-off?
Now, I will say, like, my company's like expects me to do most of the work, and I don't mind doing it, but there is a point where I just get screwed over pretty bad, just like in any job. You know, everything kind of.
That's why I was saying we reach out to vendors, man. I don't hesitate to call in a roofer if I'm that far behind, or somebody to do a carpet install or some vinyl flooring or something.
Well, I would have to.
I'm not going to stress it, you know.
Approved. I have to, you know. I guess that's the downside, is I can't call any shots, you know.
Yeah, right on.
Which you get to do there, right?
Yeah.
So, actually, that store that you went to today, what's it called again?
It's Runnings. That fucking place was so cool, man. Where is
That's
that?
awesome.
Yeah. I don't know if you'll see it. They kicked me a free bag out of the kindness of their hearts.
And they have everything.
Yeah, man. They had the complete Milwaukee cordless platform. They had DeWalt. They had Genesis, which I've never seen anybody carry Genesis tools in store.
Yeah,
a bunch of German brands, you know, they had the Fellow, whatever the hell it is, some Stallwill, Tecton, and then like a house brand, plus a bunch of other stuff.
They have Stallwill.
It's pretty cool.
Stallwill stuff, because the only place I've seen that is I don't know if you guys are familiar with Audubon Dan on Instagram, and he does a lot of foreign stuff. In fact, he got me into this Tajima, which is a brand.
Never heard of it, man.
Go on Amazon. It's Tajima. Go on Amazon, check some of their stuff out. I went down the rabbit hole and bought. I've just bought a tape measure and a knife, but like the stuff. I want to buy one of their caulking guns. They look so.
They're hand tools, or what are they? Primarily hand tools, or?
Yeah, mostly hand tools. I didn't say cordless, but I mean,
yeah,
like they have a drywall rasp that just looks 20 years ahead of its time. I don't know, I mean, it's a drywall rasp, but like, pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. I'll check it out for sure.
Well, I think
I love that kind of stuff,
Vince touched on Tajima about their chalk box. I think it was him or somebody I saw last week.
Is that VCG there?
Yeah.
Oh, Doug Tweener. He did apartment maintenance. That's awesome. and tool cartels. Dad did apartment maintenance for 30 years. See,
I think everybody's done apartment maintenance at one point in their life or another, man. It's such a revolving door job. Insane.
it really is. I mean, like I've been at my job. I'm in my fifth year, and like halfway through my fifth, and I've had 7 people I've worked with.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I've gone through, I think, 6 or 7 techs since I took the supervisor position. So I think that's just how it is, though. You know.
Yeah, you're gonna learn real quick if
Yeah.
a person's gonna work out or not. You know, but what about you, Dewey? You been pretty steady there with employees, or?
Since I'm where I'm at now, we've had the same crew since I started, except for one other groundskeeper. My property I was at before this one, I know since I left, I think they've been through like 4 or 5 other techs.
Dang.
You can kind of shrug that off to how much they pay maintenance techs. You can shrug it off to the type of people that job title draws. There's so many aspects.
I think the good, better companies obviously are willing to pay now.
Yeah, I got lucky. I got in with a HUD property, man. They pay pretty well. But for the most part, you know, you're starting out. I remember I started out like $10 an hour 10 years ago, you know, and that hasn't changed that much.
It's
probably,
I started at 14, and that was 5 years ago. And I think, well, do we all watch Lex Vance? I don't know.
Yeah,
I did. I haven't in a while.
Well,
I got kind of sick of the day-to-day shit that he does. You know, I do that myself, you know?
Yeah, I tune in whenever he does like something maybe I haven't done and I see it come up. Or like he has very good advice also.
Yeah, no, that's what I enjoy that for sure. Don't get me wrong. I just haven't watched him in a minute.
Yeah, even if it's stuff like I know, like he did a video on planning for retirement. And I think that's a hard subject to cover, but I think he went about it in a good way. But fuck, I forget where I was going with that now.
It's all right. Lex is a good dude though. He's got mad energy, and I mean that's apartment maintenance on YouTube is Lex Vance in all reality.
It is. It so is, which is good.
Definitely. He seems like a good dude.
Yeah. I just want to say what's up, Fabio from Brazil.
Dang, way out there.
Yeah, I started my channel and I didn't know what it was gonna do, but there's a guy that started watching my videos, and he lives in Indonesia. And then I started doing this couple videos about talking about how I enjoy apartment maintenance and stuff, and he ended up getting a job in apartment maintenance. He was like an industrial electrician in Indonesia. But he enjoyed what I liked or what I said about apartment maintenance. So he picked up a job and, sent me pictures, and it's pretty cool stuff.
You got yourself a pen pal then, huh?
Yeah, I mean, and I'll tell you what, very informative about tools and like different metals and stuff. Like stuff I don't just.
What kind of tools does he run in Indonesia?
So that's what I was gonna say. There's this good Chinese brand that's like, I guess, top of the line for him. It's called Tactix, Tactix.
They have a ratcheting screwdriver on Amazon that I saw. Actually, I think Tools in Action did a review on it when they did their ratcheting screwdriver thing.
Well, Work Pro came out on top. I will say that in that little review. So
You mean the Husky?
they are different. I checked that Husky out. They are
Yeah.
a little different.
They look identical.
Almost, but like I guess the chuck or the shank or whatever, chuck or whatever is a little different, and the handle's definitely different. Not much, but what's up, this guy's garage, Slauson Lawn Care. Good Chinese brand is oxymoron. I beg to differ. Like
Sata. I like Sata's got some good tools too.
they've gotten better. You know, I got something from the Czech Republic the other day.
Tekpo, man. My Tekpo drill from China is.
Yes,
I love that fucking thing.
Now, Dewey did it. Do you go into anything different than Cobalt?
A little bit.
Skittle, Hammerhead.
I've got some family stuff and little old tools. I had a lot of Craftsman and actually just sold a lot of it. So all my Craftsman hand tools, I put those up for sale, and they were gone in like 30 minutes because they were the USA made.
You know, the old school Craftsman.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Something that changed is they definitely made the like tools and stuff. Like, you know, when years ago, before Craftsman and Sears screwed off, like that's what I would have bought. But now there's all these companies and all this, like it's all fancy, flashy. You want to try everything, like.
Yeah, I bought some of the cordless Craftsman, the brushless stuff, the 3-speed impact and the drill, but it's just like everything else out there.
Hit and miss. What's good and what's
hand
not.
Tools, man, hand tools are basically all the same when it comes down to it. Craftsman or Cobalt.
Mm-hmm.
It's all feel. I mean, a little bit different feel.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to like Cobalt, Craftsman, it doesn't. I'm going elsewhere.
I'll tell you, I've been watching a lot of Client Graphics videos where he does he'll probably have a good dozen and a half different tools, different brands, and just test each one. And it's neat seeing the rankings of all of them.
I have to agree. That's just like another channel I like to watch, Justin Dow.
Yep.
He'll try any tool and just give it a whirl. You know,
you kind of have to, man, because it's an investment, you know. And if you can find something that works for a little bit less than, you know, the next guy, go for it. Why not?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, mechanics have it pretty rough, I guess, with all their
scrutiny.
Yeah, right. Don't get me started on mechanics, man.
If it ain't Snap-on, it ain't nothing.
Oh, Jesus. Or the fucking the icon crap that was all over YouTube, 3 months ago?
And now it's dead.
Yeah.
They're recalling all the ratchets because of premature failing.
It was ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Like, I bought that Hercules 12-volt screwdriver gun thing.
With the hex chuck?
Yeah, pretty decent actually. You know, I'm not gonna lie, it's not bad. The truck's all fucked up. So.
I think it's overpriced though, man, for what it is. And the way they're selling those, the Bear Tool.
Yeah, Bear Tool, like that sucks. And also, I don't know. I don't leave the charger plugged in because I don't know if I can trust it. Like, I feel like it's going to just explode in the middle of the night or something.
Yeah.
Do you guys afraid at all?
I've been there twice in my life, I think. Maybe 3 times. But
there's a few things.
Like you say, maintenance, man. You go to Walmart, you know?
Exactly.
If I want to buy shit tools, I'll go to Amazon. And now I got this Runnings place now. I'm going to be the Runnings spokesman.
Yeah, you got to start doing like in-store videos.
That's my next step. I'm going back tomorrow. Spend $200.
What all brands do they have? Do they have any big name brands or just
Sure.
kind of?
It's all big name stuff for the most part.
Yeah.
DeWalt, Milwaukee. They had it's Tecton. They had was that Fellow, Stahlwell, a bunch of German brands. They carry Keen, work boots, Danner, a bunch of Carhartt stuff. They had Irwin, some Channel Lock stuff. All the Channel Lock pliers. So. I was so overwhelmed and in awe. I don't even remember everything. That's why I have to go back. And they have baby ducks or chickens or some shit running around all crazy. So maybe grab a handful of them too.
It sounds kind of like a Tractor Supply on steroids.
It is. It's a mix. Read my Instagram post. If you read that Instagram post, man, I summed it up pretty eloquently.
Yeah, no, it was definitely like dead on.
It's what it is. I shit you not. I shit you not.
Once it comes to you, the visual, you'll be like, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I have an opinion on channel locks, and I don't think it's a favorable one. There we go. I think you kind of get guilted into buying that USA.
No.
But I don't think they're like above and beyond.
They're not.
Like
They're overpriced too, I think.
Yeah, I have not knee packs or whatever. Those
I like the blue. That's what draws me to them is the blue.
That and people just swear by them for like fucking 100 years. You know,
they're not the same tool as they were 20 years ago, though.
I feel terrible saying it because I do have people on my channel go, channel locks can't beat them, USA made, and I'm like,
when Walmart was clearing them out, though, they had some killer deals, man. I got that 10-inch set for like $9.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
like that I don't mind, but other than that, you're paying $20 for 8-inch, or I don't even know.
I want to say what's up, DIY Misfit. How's it going? Tool Cartel asked the Work Pro line good. I saw a socket set. The Work Pro stuff, if I look at the sockets and stuff, it looks very much like the Craftsman ratchets and whatnot. And Junk from Work's a channel that actually has been using Work Pro sockets for maybe over a year now at his job. And he said they held up good. And I think they're a lot like Cobalt sockets. So depending on what you do, could work out for you.
If you don't plan on making a living with them.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, to me, where I'm at, I'm about probably 30 minutes from anything. Lowe's, Home Depot, Harbor Freight's all a good 20 to 30 minutes. So
you shop at Harbor Freight, do we?
I bought probably 3 things from there. That's about it. A lot of the freebie stuff, so trying to get stuff cheap. Yeah. But probably the most expensive thing is my tool chest.
Right on. What'd you get, US General or?
Yeah, I got the 44-inch, and before that I had the 5-drawer tool cart.
Right on. Those are pretty sexy boxes, man. I will say that. Can definitely say that.
Yeah, I can't complain about it whatsoever.
No.
And then anything comparable was probably $200, $300 more.
Exactly. That's where you can't go wrong.
Heck, I never posted this video or nothing, but I went right around Black Friday to Lowe's and I looked at a Cobalt cabinet that they had. It had the wood top on it and all that. And the quality of it was just junk compared to the US General. And I was like, I don't I don't see why I'd spend that much more for lesser quality.
I think that seems to be the general consensus on those general boxes too. It's they're cheaper than everything else, but they seem to be a little bit better than a lot of the competition.
The only complaint I would have about it is I'd like to have the slow auto closing drawers.
Those soft
Would be
close.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right on.
Yeah, I mean, I walked around Harbor Freight and like, there's some things that look nice in there, but like they're Hercules bit sets, $20. I mean, you can go buy Milwaukee and Home Depot.
And there's no real info on how well those bits stand up either, man. There's nobody's. I haven't seen any tests done on them or anything, so you don't know what you're getting buying Hercules bits, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
I think somebody tested them and they said the number 2, which there's a lot of people pretty much grade everything by Phillips number 2. Said the Phillips 2 was a little on the loose side.
Yeah, I haven't seen any reviews, so I'll have to look into that a little further.
I had a buddy on YouTube. His name's Me Again Dave. He did a whole thing on Phillips 2 bits and how DeWalt sucks. He the Makita and the Gerber number 2 reduced are the ones that fit the best in the Phillips 2. Like the DeWalt it doesn't get the whole bit down. Like it only goes
that's my go-to bit, man. Those max fits.
Just the tip, you know. You know, I don't know. Phillips heads are kind of crappy head bit, anyways. You know.
Yeah, now that we have Torx and Robbies.
Yeah, that Robertson tip is mainly up in Canada from what I've seen, but it's a nice setup.
Yeah, it's electrical. A lot of it, you'll see it a lot on electrical stuff now down here.
Who is going to be brave enough to review the new Hart toolboxes?
Not
Yeah.
I don't know. Would they take it back like everything else? It's like, I'll buy it and take it back.
I'm sorry, but I'm a hyper tough type of guy. I think this new Hart stuff's just BS.
It seems to be like such garbage, though. It's Ryobi from what, 2 or 3 years ago, if that.
Like 10 years ago.
Not the brushless stuff, though. The brushless part is that Ryobi kit from, I want to say, last Christmas.
Mm-hmm. For the average person that don't want to go to Lowe's, Home Depot, or wherever, that may be their best place to get it because they're there twice, 3 times a week.
That's true.
That's what Hyper Tough was for.
I don't know. And a lot of things from what I've seen, the Goldilocks effect, as Redbeard calls it. You can see it in a lot of tool lines. DeWalt's got it. Cobalt's got it coming out. Everybody's got their entry level drills, and then they step up to brushless for a prosumer or commercial grade.
It's kind of how you have to do it now since everybody else is doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's crazy though. With Walmart, you think they would just like Hartwood just rolled out a brushless lineup. Why not? Why put money in the brush? You know,
that doesn't make a whole lot of sense either.
They're just doubling up on everything.
It's because they already had those made. All they had to do was slap another skin on top of it, paint it white, and ship it off to Walmart.
Or maybe it's excess stock of stuff that they've had, and they're like, well, let's pawn these off.
Right.
Run the brush for like a year until it's gone and be done with it.
But
so actually, you guys will see it first here, but I do have some. We got.
Is that with the metal chuck? Is that what has the metal chuck?
It is.
It's a good thing my camera doesn't go down towards my waist. You know what I mean?
And the other thing too, which I'm most excited for.
The
That's what's
grinder.
Yeah.
Dude, be careful with that thing. That's gonna
Why?
take off some digits. A hyper tough angle grinder, dude. You're playing with fire right there.
No.
That would
come
scare
on.
me. I'd have to wear a full body suit in order to use that thing.
I mean, we all know that if anything bad happened, it would be catching fire.
Yeah, true.
Just make sure you wear your safety glasses. Don't need no disc shattering.
He's gonna need more than that.
I mean,
Fireproof suit.
I haven't seen anyone review it, and it, from the box, it doesn't look too bad. I might do like a tear down on it. They have a 2-year limited warranty also.
They're warrantying it, huh?
It's Walmart, man. If they don't warranty it, as long as you got a receipt, you're good.
Just swap it out when it catches on fire.
I was getting Slauson Lawn Care, so you tried to get the 4-piece for $40. There's like they marked it down, my Walmart, but they marked it down to like, it was like $70 for the.
That's
4-piece.
the what? The drill, the impact, and saw.
Saw.
Excuse me.
I'm like,
What kind of batteries come with that?
maybe 2 amp hours. $70 is
$70.
expensive.
I mean, they have all that OPE too, man. That's not a bad investment, really.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking to get into tools, it's not. But I
That's
could.
not for like Walmart homeowner style shopper,
I couldn't invest in it just to see, I lost them somewhere, but I had the original 18-volt
The
drill
NiCad.
and impact from Hyper Tough. No, it was lithium ion, but it was 18-volt. It's like
I
when
just
I thought
threw
they
away a
started off
Hyper
NiCad.
Tough.
Hyper Tough switched their battery platform a few times. Like they went from an 18-volt to a 20-volt, and then to this 20-volt, which doesn't fit on the other 20-volt, but some of the 18 volts fit on some of the 20 volts.
We had a unit here. I walked it. There was an 18-volt Hyper Tough sitting on the counter, and they didn't have the charger to it. I look and I'm like, shoot, I can buy a whole new drill because the drill costs $20 for the cost of the charger. So I just chucked it.
Well, I one time, I forget what I was doing, but I bought the NiCad Hyper Tough drill. That thing worked fine.
It's like $20, right?
Yeah, for if
Give or
you
take.
need it.
I got that 8-volt.
You got that
8-volt
Kawasaki, right? Didn't you buy like a 12-volt or 9-volt Kawasaki?
Yeah, it's 14.4 volt for $12. That thing is like this big out of the box, man. It's big. I was like, holy shit, what is this thing?
The first drill I ever bought for myself when I moved out on my own was I think it was a 19.2 volt
Craftsman?
Kawasaki.
Oh, Kawasaki. I saw it sitting behind the counter. It was covered in dust. So I started talking to the cashier. I was like, it wasn't even on display. How much? It's like $12, man. I was like, all right, sweet.
How's that 8-volter work? The Hyper Tough 8-volt working out good?
It's a piece of shit. It hesitates. It doesn't. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. It's a Hyper Tough 8-volt drill, man. That should say enough.
I was gonna buy it, but I thought it was a bit pricey for what it was.
I couldn't help it. I those cheap drills, man, they get me every time.
People call me the king of drills on YouTube, but I can see it now.
It's fun though, why not?
Yeah, it is.
It's like you find a diamond in the rough, man. You find like a $10 drill that kicks ass.
I mean, for what we do, I'm not saying our shit doesn't work, but like, I could get away with using one of those for a week, maybe.
Oh, yeah, I could too, for sure.
So that's why I like doing it. You kind of always want an underdog story, right?
Exactly.
I think they're like, I don't know, like DCG Construction. I love that channel, but they don't tool battle the tools I actually want.
That's because people aren't going to want to watch Hyper Tough versus Black and Decker. That's not going to get views and subs. Besides, maybe you and me.
I run it, but I'm all right with that.
Right? They're going to get laughed at if they try.
True tool fans right there that show up for that.
It's like comparing fruits to vegetables.
No one. But I find myself like scouring Amazon, just trolling the pages at like midnight, looking for like that drill or that impact or that, ratchet or whatever. I want to find the cheapest, best tool I can. And
yeah, do you guys use a cordless ratchet? Have you guys invested in any of those?
Yeah, I have the Husky 12 volt. It doesn't have the removable battery. It just plugs in AC adapter.
I bought that as well.
Yeah. I've been looking at the Chemo one too. The 12 volt Chemo that's on Amazon.
I think that looks really good. What about you, dude? Doesn't Cobalt has one, right?
Which one? I was in the chat.
The cordless ratchet.
Yeah, they just released that.
The 18 volt, that thing's huge, isn't it?
About 2 months ago, I think. So everybody complains.
Yeah.
Well, the one Cobalt Scout is really long, but it's really comparable to the Milwaukee one.
Have you used it?
I've not yet. I don't really have much use for it.
That's what I was going to say.
So, I mean, later on, maybe when I start working. Right now, the weather's not for me to work on vehicles.
Right.
So
it just doesn't seem compact enough to really.
It's not.
It doesn't make sense.
A really long tool, but if you look, Milwaukee just came out with their extended reach wrench.
Yeah, and it's
ratchet. It's got its uses.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you guys, and I don't want to sound like a lazy motherfucker, but that's what I am. I got a cordless ratchet for pedestal sinks. Reaching up in there.
I can see where that would be awesome for pedestal sinks. Getting right up underneath there.
Yeah, I've used the gimbal. I've done a lot of things. That just put up there, stick it on.
Yeah, man. That's actually a really good idea.
I'll show you what I got for my impact. And if it ain't just one, I got a 12-inch and a 6-inch.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I've done that too, but like, they're all different. And mine, the ones where my pedestal sinks are, they're like way up in there. So you have to have enough slop in that also to be able to like bend. But yeah, that's all a great way to reach it. But yeah, going with that thing, just stick it up there. Are those Cobalts?
These are actually a set of Bosch ones that I got from Home Depot.
Oh.
So I don't shop at Home Depot often, but when I do, there's a certain couple brands that I go for, and it's usually Bosch or Diablo. So
yeah.
I'm starting to actually look into some Empire stuff. I reached out to them, so hoping they reply back and maybe send a few things.
You can't beat their levels and stuff, Mm-hmm. I will say though, they're like their drywall quick squares, the 4-foot ones. They're hit and miss. You get some that are just,
Yeah, I'd make a comparison and pick the best of the ones. Make sure it's true.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like I've had ones that were true in store, and then after a few uses, it went off. But the levels and stuff and all that, yeah, you can't beat them. That's probably the standard at Home Depot.
Well, I was looking, I forget who it was. I was watching them yesterday and today. He was doing a comparison of Empire and Woodpeckers because he jumped Empire and went on. I think actually Woodpecker sent him some stuff out. And he's like, he wished he'd have had it. The quality's a lot better, but that price tag and having to order online or go in some specialty place.
All right.
Later, junk for work or from work. My bad.
Junk from work. He's got my hammerhead. That motherfucker ripped it open and struggled to say right off the bat how it worked. But
ever since Dewey said something about the hammerhead, I've been looking for it so I can find it for you, man.
Dude, it was a nice little tool.
I have found some, but dude, they have over probably 6 times the price. It's ridiculous.
We'll find a cheap one.
I'm gonna say right now that in that $70 to $80 range right now is not crazy.
Is it worth it though? Is it worth $70 to $80?
Well, that's the. I want to say, what's up, Minorca Home Solutions? I haven't seen you in forever, Wheelrow. Glad you're in the house. He said woodpecker for guys in a ship empire is fine for tradesmen. Shop. In a shop. Woodpecker for guys in a shop.
Woodpeckers for sailors. Whatever that means.
Let's not go there.
Damn, I can scale it. Hey, Junk from work. If I send you like a PayPal thing, would you send Dewey Did It, the hammerhead?
Man, I'll talk to him about it. I'm scared what what's it called? I can't think. The inspection.
You don't have to worry about it. It's a Canadian thing. I sent him fucking he won some Work Pro pliers. I sent them up to him, and it cost me like maybe double the price of what I paid for him to ship them up. And then it cost him like quadruple the price of what I paid shipping it for him to actually pick it up.
Jeez.
I mean, Canada's crazy, man.
Well, I talked to him about a shop vac that they have at a Canadian tire shop. And the colors are also great reviews and all that, but it's like it's up in Canada. They use the same plugs as we do.
Maybe we should road trip up there. Dewey Did It. Come swing by me, and then we'll all get Princess Auto or something.
We'll just load the car up, roll down.
Order, so grab me too.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. We'll just all swing up.
Right on, yeah.
Carpool and then
a maintenance invasion of Canada.
Maybe we can catch a trade show or something up there.
A trade show. That's what people go to Canada for these days.
John from work said you could have the impact if you pay for the shipping.
Do it.
I don't know. I may do that.
I think it'd be pretty cool for that. It started with me, goes up to him, and then lands up with you. That'd be
back down here in Tennessee.
That cordless.
I want to check it out. I want to see what this hype's all about. What's going on with the hammer?
It is like the skill. It's exactly like the skill, the hammerhead. And in fact, Minorca Home Solutions, if you're still in the house, he has the hammerhead screwdriver. He brought out in a live video one night or something, but it has the wire, the hot wire detector, electrical detector, non-contact voltage.
Speaking of that, have you used much Southwire stuff?
Love
Yeah.
Southwire. Hand tools, that's my go-to. A lot of my tools are Southwire.
So I've got this set of nut drivers. I use those on air handlers and all. But my contactless meter or detector took a big old dump on me. And I'm like, nothing on the package says anything about a warranty or anything like that.
I think they're lifetime.
That's what I was thinking, but I can't find anything on it.
Go to either their website or take it right to Lowe's.
Go buy a new one, just throw it in the package.
Or do
Wait a
that.
week.
Take the dishonest route.
Now I'll probably reach out to them. I've had that thing for like 2 years.
Yeah. They might send you another one, man. You know?
My Norca Home Solution says he uses that thing every time he does painting to remove plates and stuff. So that hammerhead screwdriver also.
See, that's what I'd probably use the most is that little screwdriver. But here lately with our make-readies, I just use the Cobalt. I think it's 8 times or something like that.
The quick drive,
ratcheting screwdriver.
that double drive or whatever they call it. Yeah.
It's ridiculous how quick that thing is.
I wonder, Junk from work, how much do you think it would cost to ship that MFer down there?
What if he shipped it to New York?
Yeah, I was gonna say send
I don't know
it
if that makes any difference.
send it to him first, and then I can take it and put some hard miles on it.
That thing was it was a cool little tool.
The only thing I've got against the design is like everybody else complains the battery.
It plugs
The
in.
battery
Right?
lasts a long time. I know it sucks because it's just in there, but it's good cells. I think it's Samsung cells actually.
Yeah.
When you took it apart and it lasted a long time. Like I charged that up and I could use it for a full week, without charging it. Junk from work says maybe $60 right there, man. That's Client Graphics in the house. What's going on, brother?
Going back to the chat, we got to wish Joe Smith's brother-in-law a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Mike Oxmole. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Happy birthday, brother.
Happy birthday.
Cheers. Salud.
Cheers with it tastes better tonight, the Miller High Life.
Drinking some of that PA.
Yingling.
Like,
For
So
some reason, Guinness, where is it? Has a fucking
Toucan.
a toucan.
you too can.
Tell me that makes sense. The Irish toucan.
He got drunk, flew the wrong
Yeah,
way.
he doesn't know where the hell he's going, right? Way
Duct
off
tape.
guard.
Says PBR for the win. He's a PBR guy. I call him a hipster for drinking it.
I saw when I grabbed this Guinness, they had PBR coffee, alcohol, cans.
How crazy is that?
Sounds disgusting.
People tell me it's great though. I've heard.
Yeah,
people
no,
say
it's probably awesome. And
yeah, but like when I was young, PBR was like $10 for a 30-pack.
right.
Now all of a sudden it's like $30 for a 30. Like what the fuck happened? They changed the thing. I go in, I buy a case. I'm like, oh, it tastes the same. Shitty
Some
beer.
asshole with a man bun made it cool, huh?
Well, he was like, oh yeah, I could sit here and drink this all night. He wanted to like,
It's PBR. Fuck that guy.
Have y'all tried that Bud Light Orange?
No.
No. Ugh.
We had some at work, kind of after hours, hanging out, cooling out, and all. None of us finished even half of it. And I was like, nope, can't do this. It's super sweet, and it's not all that.
Was it like orange chicken? flavor?
I don't know. I don't. It was given to us, so it's like, sure, free beer. Why not?
Oh man, I mean, I guess there's just some. Yeah, I mean, I drink light beers. You know, that's what I drink. People say, oh, you know, my wife drinks light beers. What I fucking drink?
I usually go with Miller Lite, man, but I was feeling kind of. We got 3 to 4 inches of snow last night, so I was feeling kind of. I needed something heavier. It's 14 degrees out here right now.
Yeah, it's I think our low is 20 tonight, and so the garage definitely feels cold. Speaking of which, I'm gonna grab some freaking beer.
Yeah. Now, getting back to that hammerhead, dude, I was looking and looking, and it's like any place you find it is like eBay or Amazon.
That's where I was looking. I was looking on eBay. I saw it for like $75, but shipping was ridiculous.
Well, Menards said they had it, or it was listed, and then when you go to look at it, it says, "Oh, none of our stores have it." I'm like, shoot.
I mean, that's kind of it's. How long has that been out? Like 6-7 years, longer than that.
But all the Hammerhead brand stuff, the levels, the laser levels.
I've seen the bits at Lowe's.
Yeah, all of it's just gone. It's like they went out of business, but their website's still running.
Probably nobody bought that stuff besides Neil.
Well, you know what? I fucking opened that up today because, like, I kind of need a deep socket little set at work, and it feels like someone fucking jizzed all over every goddamn thing in there. It was pre-opened, so I'm taking that shit back.
Somebody had too much fun looking at it. He's like, "Oh, new heart tools."
You know, they come out with
sticky.
There is one thing from the Hart lineup that, well, I wouldn't even call it a lineup, but you know those, they're usually like 12 compartments, little plastic case for putting screws and bolts and all in.
Yeah, the organizer.
Those are, I think, like $7 or $8, and they're looking appealing because I've got a bunch of screws and all that.
Are they stackable? Do you know?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, it's worth it then, I think.
Yeah.
But this is where Stanley was good in. The only thing that screwed Stanley over is their cordless lineups over in Europe.
Stanley had a cordless lineup?
What's up, Client Graphics?
Hi, dude. Just, you know.
No, I was looking for like 10.8 volt drills, 12 volt drills, and then Stanley came up not that long ago, but only in Europe.
They
look just like the Porter Cable 12 volt stuff from 10 years ago.
Well, I'll tell you a line. The rigid, what is that one? It's their power cell type deal. I can't remember what volt it is. Like a 5 or 6 volt.
Rigid?
Real compact. Yeah, it's some rigid tools. Hang on.
Talking about that little impact driver they have? The palm driver?
Yeah.
Like Stanley hand tools and stuff, I just, their ratchets and stuff I thought were pretty decent. Their hand tools I thought were pretty decent. Step down from channel lock and whatnot, but
like then it can go back to what you said earlier, man. For what we do, Stanley tools are going to work regardless.
They are.
And you're going to save a bunch of money by buying Stanley tools.
But they're not fun. They're like the unsexy buy.
That's up to you then, though, man. You can make them sexy. You can put a little electrical tape on them, spray paint them, pretend or something different. Say these aren't Stanley.
I love their tape measures. I'm gonna have a whole video on that soon.
Well, the Fat Max is like the standard, man. You can't go wrong.
Dude, I mean, not even that, but like this.
The old school metal one. Your
Well, it's
grandpa
not-
had that one on
it's
a
like a
shelf in the
big
garage.
like, you go from this when I was younger, and then you go back to Walmart, you buy that.
You remember the old Black and Decker power or Versa pack? It was 3.6 volt.
Oh yeah.
My
Yep.
dad had the only tool my dad had was a Black and Decker screwdriver that he mounted to the wall in our basement that he never used, but I always remember that Black and Decker. Like a 3.6 volt screwdriver.
Somebody needs a good lineup similar to that. I mean, Milwaukee's got their little stuff, but other than them, there's not really a decent lineup.
Makita's got
compact
some
stuff.
pretty cool, like 7.2 volt stuff, screwdriver and impact driver. It pistol grip, folds from pistol grip to inline screwdriver. But I don't. A lot of people don't want that kind of tool, I think.
I don't know. I
Shoot.
saw the Milwaukee little 8-volter or something like that.
The one that folds from pistol to inline. They
Mhm.
just had that on sale on their website.
Kita had one too, like I think you're saying. Yeah, I mean, have you guys seen that one other apartment maintenance tech guy? I mean, there's a bunch on YouTube, but I think his name's like Rafael De Jesus, or he's a Spanish fella. Or
That is channel. What's his channel name? Is it Raphael?
De Jesus. But he has like he rocks the 8-volt Ryobi
The
thing. Maybe it's the 4-volt. I'm sorry, maybe it's the 4-volt.
yeah. I don't know if you guys have tried those, but the triggers are on the side, so if you're pistol gripping it, it's an awkward fucking grab. If you ask me, I could see where they would come in handy though.
Yeah, I mean, like
for maintenance tech.
Maintenance tech, I could go with like a 12-volt drill or 12-volt impact.
Yeah.
Choose your poison. Me personally, I think like a 12-volt hammer drill would be probably the best. You want to keep one thing in your bag.
I go for a 4-speed impact. I'm 12 surge. I think is ideal.
The surge, I had a bad experience when I first got it, but it's been fine ever since.
You kind of did you have to like work it in a little bit? Was it like?
It's like, I'll be honest, I was hanging some cabinets and stuff, and you know how you drill them together, and I even made pilot holes, and I went to sink some 3-inch screws in between the cabinets, and like it started smoking on these.
Really?
Yeah, and it was like pilot hole. It's not hard work. Like why are we struggling? But it must have just been like a
lemon.
Or just a quick glitch in the M12 system. So
yeah.
it's working fine now. Then it's just strange.
12 volts. I think nowadays is the way to go. But I worked with a lot of older guys said they just they like Ryobi and stuff because it's bigger and it's more like the corded tools that they use.
If I'm going for me, I want lightweight. I'm carrying it all day long. You know what I mean? Ryobi. If I was stationary, if I was just sitting in one place all day, definitely go with Ryobi. But for I'm walking maybe 7 miles a day. I have a scattered site going up and down stairs, in and out of buildings. I want something lightweight that's got enough power to do anything.
I'd like to get a hold of the Freak.
I have the Freak. I have the first generation Freak. I got it in that giveaway they had. I don't really use it. It sits in my car, actually.
Yeah, I want to give a quick shout out. in the chats there, Knox Carter. He was the second gentleman I worked with at my property. He's another fellow apartment maintenance tech. He taught me a lot of stuff. And I appreciate him showing up tonight.
What's up,
Still in
Knox?
there?
What's that?
He's still hanging out, working in the maintenance field still.
Yeah, he moved on to greener pastures. He found himself a job that was, suited him better. But he was at my company where I work now. I think 8 or 10 years, somewhere around there. But yeah, he taught me a lot.
There's a lot of people that just leave the industry completely, and then you see them out doing something random later on. But heck, it's weird. So kind of like back history. Before I got into apartments, period, I did private security at a hospital. I worked with this guy. I left there probably about a year and a half later. I start working at my first complex, and he's actually a groundskeeper there. So I was like, it's just crazy how you run into somebody later on in life.
It was just meant to be.
Yep.
Knox was the apartment maintenance tech that, like, he literally had, like, a multi-tool. Like, he had a little pouch, and he could basically fix anything with that little pouch. Which was
Sweet.
impressive. Because I cannot do that.
I need a pouch.
I need a
I'm pouchless currently.
I will say, like, the best thing about, I don't know if you guys been on YouTube, I don't know how long.
Not
But,
long
like,
at all.
It's been very cool meeting. Now that I've been a channel for a while, it's been very cool meeting other guys like you that are in apartment maintenance and stuff, because I think it's a great.
Right, I think that's kind of the reason I started doing this, man. I wanted to find more maintenance techs actually, and see how what they do and how they feel about it, and if they felt the same way about it that I do. That we're kind of the joke of the construction world, and
But we're not, I mean,
There's some out there that ain't worth the time of day.
no, there's a lot. It's about 50-50 split. Because like you said, it's
75-25. Let's be fair.
But I will say, I mean, you probably saw my channel or like this guy's fucking this up. I gotta do something about it.
No, I right off the bat, I respected you because you're using shitty drills, man. I was like, this guy's fucking cool.
Well, like something, I don't know really what stood out about your channel, but it's the other ones out there that do apartment maintenance. They've not really grabbed my attention at all.
There's not really a whole lot out there to grasp. I mean, Neil's channel isn't really apartment maintenance. You do a lot of tool testing, tool reviews, and like that. Personally, I was looking for actual apartment maintenance channels where people got into the meat and potatoes of it, and that's what I wanted to do too. But I find myself doing more tool stuff too. It's like,
I've learned, like, Lex Vance, first of all, he covered the shit out of our day.
right, it's like you can't even compare, man. He's got it wrapped up pretty good.
I do try to add that stuff in when I think it's like important, but like it's very hard to shoot a video at work for me.
Mm-hmm.
In an occupied, somebody's sleeping in the bedroom, you're trying to change a light switch,
I'm not going to do that. Like, I'm going to be respectful, and just how it's worked out recently, I don't have time to fucking set up cameras and do this and do that. Like I just gotta work. I gotta get in, get out, get done. And I know people want to see me work, so I can prove myself as a real
You're not a
worker.
professional. You're a maintenance guy. You got to remember that, man.
Well, no, it's not even that. Like they just like, you made up your profession on YouTube,
Yeah, right.
and and like I'm between you guys, I'm the newest one of the bunch in this. I don't have many years in.
It's once you hit a certain point, it's all the same.
Man, there's some like I'll get work orders like the other day. I probably knocked out a good dozen work orders, and they probably took less than an hour to do. But some of the simple stuff, it's not even worth the time to change a light bulb or something like that when the job only takes just a minute.
Yeah, true.
And like make readies, that's about when I could do something, but we don't have that many problematic make readies.
See, I do, but it's like, does anybody really want to see how I flip an apartment? You know what I mean? Everybody has their own way of going through their make ready, getting their notes prepared, getting their head into that unit, and then attacking it. I don't know if I want to see somebody else's opinion on that because I have my own method, and I don't know if anybody wants to see mine.
I want to give a shout out to Den Tools is in the house here.
What's up, Dina Tools?
Another good
Ready for
guy.
his stream tomorrow night, ain't it?
Sunday night, right?
Dude, he did
Yeah.
it. Man. It's been like, if you go, he's been the first one in on that stream 2 weeks in a row, 3 maybe.
Shoot, I try and stay on top of it.
He's one of the only reviewers I still follow on a regular basis on YouTube.
Because
I respect his opinion.
yeah, I do too. Like all the factors that he brings into it and stuff,
Yeah.
But
Well,
know,
he don't look at just a certain demographic of tools. He'll look at some of the eyeball stuff. He'll look at Harbor Freight, Lowe's, test out Cobalt. I mean, there's a lot of tools, and heck, there's things that you don't even see in a store that he mentions.
I'm not saying he's like a Harbor Freight spokesperson, but like, I don't think I'd want to see anyone else review
Represent.
You can't come close to what he does with Harbor Freight. You know,
he's done a lot of tools.
The process, the intelligence, the everything. It just nothing compares. Really, no one could do it.
Mm-hmm. And he does a great job on his videos of the tool deals and covers a lot more that out of it a broad spectrum that other channels don't cover.
Absolutely. And I'll be honest too. Dan Tools, VCG Construction, they cover a lot. I mean, in just covering tools spectrum, they cover a lot of tools.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard to. I don't know. It's hard for me to like. It seems that Milwaukee has dominated like YouTube for a lot of the reviewers focus on just this one brand or this type, or maybe it's just like the big four. Like it's just DeWalt, it's Makita, it's Milwaukee. Nobody really branches out and explores all these other avenues of tools, all these other, because you have so many different brands snaking their way along. I don't want to see Milwaukee reviews all the time. I don't want to see DeWalt reviews all the time. I don't want to see, Makita. I don't want to be spoon-fed all that crap all the time. I want to see what else is out there.
Yeah.
And you have to really dig for that sometimes.
I thought I could do that. I thought I could be the guy that brings that to people, but
it gets costly.
And another thing, that's not what a lot of people want to see, though. Either there's only a percentage of guys that are into tools that want to see what else is out there. A lot of people want to see Milwaukee all the time. So it's like a catch-22 in a way, you know?
Yeah, but I'll just keep showing what I want to show because.
Oh yeah, no, me too, man, definitely. But when I'm looking for videos, is what I'm saying. When I'm watching YouTube, I want to see different stuff. I don't want Milwaukee up my ass all the time. I don't want all that other crap. Like with Dewey, I want to see Cobalt, man. You know, you don't hear a lot of Cobalt.
Well, that's kind of like what I've pushed in is helping get the name out there and for somebody to see something.
Right.
Another channel I really enjoy, the Ryobi Man Caver. He's
that dude
into Cobalt
totally
now.
Started singing a different tune now. He's like the man caver now because he's got all those other tools up in his garage.
Yeah,
how much shit that dude has.
I don't know. I used to really like his channel.
Yeah. He seems like a kind of goofy to me. It's. With the utmost respect, I'm not trying to talk shit about anybody. Don't get me wrong, but he just seems like he's goofy, and I don't really.
But that's what's weird though is if you look at all big channels now, you have to be goofy like Cutie Pie and all them that are making bankroll. It's like stupid stuff that makes views.
Yeah, I mean, that's not what I'm into. I guess that's not why I'm here.
When you look at his channel, you're going. I mean, you know what he's about,
right? Oh, it's as soon as I remember videos when he got like the Tack Life stuff. He got stuff from Tack Life.
I was excited about that.
Yeah, but you could totally tell that it was a paid for fucking review. You know, the way the Tack Life performed, it was translucent to me, I guess.
I keep telling WorkPro to pay my salary, but I said you have to have a decent cordless lineup for me to go full WorkPro. No, but I mean, I don't think they'll get there. I mean, I like the stuff that they have, but they came out with the 20 volt. I think if they would just concentrate on 12 volt tools, which is all what owners need. They don't need a 20 volt hammer drill, even though it's very nice.
Yeah, if you're just doing simple stuff around the house, that's all you need. But if you're putting tools to heavy use, drilling 1.5 holes through wood, you need power behind it.
Isn't there 12 volt drill a hammer drill too? Or no?
WorkPro?
Yeah.
No, that came out with a big 20 volt hammer.
I know that, but they have that 12 volt. They just came out with too. Is that?
Oh, I'll have to check it out. I haven't seen that. I'd like to see more Cobalt comparisons also. Maybe Dewey did it, and I could do some. Maybe we can
tool
all
trading.
Yeah, the new stuff that's coming out too. That was it XR.
So
RP.
Here's kind of like this is my thought process of all that. The Cobalt 24 volt lineup we have now is going to be like their entry level stuff. They're going to retain all that, but then they're going to have more of a construction grade and have more output. I got probably about 4 or 5 months ago information on a new battery pack, and the watt hours increased quite a bit. And these new 4.0 packs, they're the same size as 2.0s. So they're packing better cells into their batteries. So you're getting more power out of it.
The thing about Cobalt though was always their price point on like their batteries. The $20 2.0, the $40 4.0. How much are those prices going to increase for contractors?
From what I've seen, I've got the 1.5s, which are like the original 24 volt batteries. Those used to be like $10 a piece.
Right.
Then you had the 2.0s were about $20, and they took, I think it was like a $10 increase. But I think what they're kind of doing is compensating some of the price difference for the new battery lineup coming out later on this year. so you won't have as steep of pricing, and they'll kind of filter that price difference in on the other batteries.
Because I did see some of the Bear Tool pricing, or I think they're one battery kits that are coming out, if I'm not mistaken, and they're a little bit up there for Cobalt tools, in my opinion. But maybe the performance will be there.
Yeah, like the new 4.0 is considered a 4.0 high output, and I think that's gonna just have more power into it. So
Right.
if you're
The drill's coming in at like 1,200 inch-pounds torque. I think the impact driver read at like 2,000 inch-pound. Some of their specs are up there.
I don't think some of those specs on those leak photos were truly accurate. I think a lot of it was filler material, and just compare. I don't know if I sent it to y'all in a group, but it was comparing the new lineup to the old lineup that we've got now.
Tool Boss had it on his site too. He was comparing.
Hey, I do want to say real quick, thank you everyone who joined us tonight. This, for me, this deal, and we had a great turnout, so I really appreciate that. It's awesome.
Yeah,
Thank y'all.
We're all over the place, but hey.
So that's what we do, right? We're fucking maintenance men. We're all over the place every day. You need carpet installed? I'll install. Oh, you got plumbing?
Let me get up from my nap first.
Yeah, I got to take shit. So
just duct tape it. Who needs carpet?
Tear it up. Just walk on the subfloor. It's all good.
Don't mind the staples.
Them tack strips hurt. Just letting you know.
Just they're lava. Just pretend it's lava. Step over.
No, it is cool. People should watch a couple of maintenance techs shoot the shit. Salute, guys.
Salute. I'm Irish, but
I don't know what I am. I'm part maintenance, I guess, right?
Just a melting pot of whatever.
Right? I'm Welsh.
But I will say this. Next Saturday, Lex Vance will be joining us at 9.
Well, I don't know if y'all saw. I'm good for next Saturday.
I am as well.
I might be out of town. I'm not sure yet. I got too many kids going all over the fucking place. So who knows? If I can, I will. I'll jump in if I can. We'll say that.
That's all. Yeah, I mean, it'd be awesome either way, but we can make this a common thing.
I would like to, definitely.
All right. What's the most awkward situation you guys have ever been in?
As a maintenance tech or in my life? Because
as a maintenance tech. I
had a recent. Go ahead, Neil.
I was just gonna say, maybe you guys could delay while I get to take a piss real quick.
All right.
Talk about a little bit more Cobalt and stuff, and then we'll roll into these stories because
that's what everybody's wanting. It's like, where's the juicy stories at?
Did you ever get your hands on the Cobalt 12 volt stuff? They made drill impact and like jigsaw.
So
a few years
there is a Cobalt owners group, and there is a lady that has pretty much like the 6 tool kit in that lineup. And I've been trying to hey, what would it take for me to get those and maybe hook you up on a set of new 24 volt stuff? But I'd like to just kind of do a side-by-side comparison on all.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
So, and just show
what they have before this latest, the 24. They had 18 volt or 20 volt before.
I think it was 20 volt. 18 or 20. It was right in the air.
Because I know people got kind of upset when they switched over from whatever they had previously to the 24-volt line. Like totally dumped that platform and went with 24-volt stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it was 20 volt. And then
Was that any good, or did you not have any of it?
I hadn't had any of that. I really started looking into Cobalt when all the 24 volt stuff came out. Prior to that, I was interested in Cobalt hand tools.
Right on. Yeah.
So
Those are some of the first hand tools I remember buying at Lowe's. I was drawn to like the blue, I guess. I've had a thing for blue tools since I was younger.
that's me. The blue it's really my favorite color.
Yeah.
It's a great tool line anyways. It's expanding a lot more. Like this year, 2020 is going to have 25 plus new tools. I've heard it's more closer to 30. So,
and they're affordable. They're not premium price.
Even with the battery price increase, they're still best bang for your buck.
That's why I wanted to buy that. What was it, the 5-tool combo they had at Christmas time for $199?
I snagged that one.
Yeah, man, I thought that was a killer deal, but that fucking oscillating tool.
Man, I wish everything would have panned out better on that. I really do. And I reached out to you, man. I tried to do what I could.
You offered me one of the kits you had, and I got so turned off to Cobalt by that whole. Like, I spent a half hour in Lowe's arguing with the store manager, a couple associates. I just wanted them to hand me a bare tool. That's all I wanted.
And like I talked to you before, their warranty when it comes to you buying a full toolkit and then having to swap that toolkit out, to me, that's weird. And you're really better off reaching out to Cobalt themselves and dealing with Lowe's.
I thought by returning everything to Lowe's, I thought in my head, I was like, hey, they're just going to kick me the bare tool and I'll be on my way. I could leave with all my tools. Not a problem. But they
that toolkit
with that. So
at that time was selling like hotcakes. Nobody could keep them in.
They said that kit was like the website said it was still stocked at the store. So I thought maybe 2 I could exchange and get, another one, but they couldn't find it back. It was a mess.
Yeah.
Did you watch my video on that kit?
No, I haven't seen your video on that. Like I said, Cobalt I got turned off, man.
Yeah. They had there's really 3 stores within 30 minutes from me. 2 of them showed they had 5 or 6 in stock, which is how many they received on the skids. Every single one of them was still sitting in the rack. And it's like they went through after Black Friday and all that stuff was at a decent price.
The Black Friday deal included the miter
saw.
Yeah. That's a killer deal for how much was it? Like $299 with the miter saw?
Yeah. But if you waited, you got the better deal.
Right.
The miter saw got a 1-day flash sale for $99.
No shit.
Yeah, I've got screenshots of that one. So you could get the miter saw for $99.
Cordless? Was it cordless or was it?
Yeah, the 24 volt.
Oh, that's a killer deal.
I had rigid cordless 18 volt one. That thing was a beat. That was very good saw. Well, I'll save it for later. But do we got juicy stories here?
What kind of juicy are we looking for?
Well, I guess it would be awkward for us, juicy for them.
Well, I don't even know where to start.
So last week we had our fire inspections. So we do an annual fire inspection where we go in and check all the sprinkler heads. We split up into 2 teams, and the other person that was with us was our groundskeeper. And he was walking units. You can always, when I walk up to a unit, I'll knock on the door, wait like 10 seconds, listen if I hear anybody, knock again. So I'll go 3 times knocking. And then after that, I'll knock, unlock the door, walk in, holler maintenance, walk probably like 10 feet, holler maintenance again. And before I go into each room, I'll holler maintenance, check to see if the door's shut and all that. So they was walking this unit pitch black. And there's a dude in his computer chair, headphones on, like sound insulating headphones, with his phone up to his face. He jumps up and like pretty much lunges and is ready about to take him out. And it's like, dude, they were hollering and everything. But and then
We
they
get a
walked
lot-
in.
I'm
They
sorry,
walked-
Darren. You
There
bang
was
on
a-
the door.
Guys, get your shit together. Figure it out.
The second unit they walked in on a dude pinching one off.
No,
And, and we send out notices like probably 3 weeks in advance.
they know
And
you're coming.
days before, it's like every day.
Yeah.
And then right about when we're starting, it's like, okay, we're starting our inspection today. But you still have people in the shower
Oh yeah.
just not having their dogs or cats put up like they're supposed to. But you never know what you'll run into.
Yeah. I mean, just so people are clear too, when we go into a room, I don't know how you guys do it, but I
knock,
there's-
knock, knock.
doorbell, I ring the doorbell and
Right.
knock.
Maintenance.
I give about 2 minutes. That's what I give, because if someone's trying to do
You give
whatever,
them time to finish, wipe up,
and then
fucking hide the tissue.
I lock the
Yeah.
door, go in, and I go, maintenance! Like, you could hear me through the whole building.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
We
that's
have
how you gotta be, man. I mean, nowadays people are gonna come at you with a gun too. You know, it's kind of freaky.
training day, bitches.
Yeah, that's what I just saw.
Right.
What about you, there, tradesman essentials? I'm sure you got a few in the holster.
Yeah, I don't even really. I have the one that pops into my head is that. So we got a call about like a smell inside of an apartment. Police show up. You know, firefighters show up because you get the smell. You can walk into the hallway. You recognize the smell as like a decaying body or something. Dead, pretty much. So it's our job to let the police in. They don't have access unless we allow them access. They don't have their own keys.
They'll tear
So
a
you-
door down here.
You walk into the building, you just smell it. You know that something is rotten, you know, or whatever. And so I unlock the door, and it's a big ass stuff. I like kind of barge in, you know, not really thinking about what's going on, and the door hits into something, and it's this dude's head. Homeboy's laying there dead, right in front of the door, naked as the day he was born. Juices. They figure he had been there like 2 weeks after all the investigation was done, after everything was looked into. But he's in a puddle of his own stuff. Black skin. It was disgusting.
They don't. So, was that the only deceased person you found on a?
We've had one like every November for the past 3 years. I mean, this dude was like, his skin was black. He was basically, I mean, you could smell him through the whole building, man. I felt like such shit, like opening the door and banging it off his skull. You know what I mean? That was, I don't know. It's a kind of a horrible feeling.
That's something you don't. I did a video on that actually. I had to do a welfare check, and So I actually had to go in and look for, this
Yeah,
person.
that's basically what we have to do too.
Yeah.
But in this instance, like you just knew you could walk. He was in an upper apartment in the back, and you could walk into that building, and you knew right away what it was. It's like, why the fuck didn't anybody? Why didn't we catch on to this before? Like
It's it's something that people don't, you go into apartment maintenance, you never think you have to come across that. And like Knox, the guy that was in here, he's never had to do that yet. I had to do that welfare check, and the lady was dead. I walked in, knocked on the door, yelled maintenance, walked in, and right inside the door, she was.
yeah.
I mean, you could tell she was dead. And luckily, it was only like 4 days maybe. But I did a video on that, something that they don't tell you about apartment maintenance.
No.
That's one of the things that you might have is a welfare check. And you're like, I went in before cops did and stuff, and
we always wait for the police to be there too. In fact, now we have them go in front of us.
I have to go and confirm.
You won't, no.
I've had 2 dead people, and one at each of the 2 properties before where I'm at now.
I think I'm at 4. I just had one this past November. Guy in a wheelchair passed away.
I think Lex Vance too has had a few.
I mean, it's almost inevitable in our line,
Yeah. With how many people we've got, how many apartments, it's bound to happen.
We had one actually, not this past November, but the year before. A lady passed away in her apartment. Didn't smell. She'd been there like 10 days. They thought natural causes. She died in her love seat, and in the love seat there was a body, like the imprint of her body. So the sister of this woman that passed away is getting rid of all her stuff, and she ends up selling that love seat to another woman that lived on the property. Yeah, I had to talk her out of taking it.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to buy that. It's probably fucking haunted.
The first one I had was at my first property, and it was an older lady, 1-bedroom apartment. It was her and her dog. And she'd been dead for, I think, little over a week, working on a week and a half. And the way we actually found out about it was the landscapers came by, and there was a horde of flies surrounding the window. And they told us about it, and we went up, looked, and it's like, there's only one thing that would cause that. Sure enough, she was dead in her bed. She died in her sleep. But that was a rough one to explain because she had really no family that was local. Everybody was out of state.
Right, that's how most of the people where I'm at, the ones that have passed away, man. Nobody close. Nobody comes and checks on them.
Mm-hmm.
They just they go.
The lady I found, they had, she had people close, but not that close, And then,
the dude I mentioned, they said he was there for like 2 weeks, man. It's like, how the fuck can you just go unnoticed for 2 weeks?
Yeah,
it's like depressing. I didn't mean to be Debbie Downer here, man. Everybody's all hugging it out in the chat room.
Well, you want me to bring it to a little fun then, I guess? Change.
You said juicy, and I thought this dude's bodily fluids all over the carpet were pretty juicy. So, boom.
All right, so in our buildings, we don't have HVAC for every units. We have window AC units, and we have boilers. So we got to bleed a lot of radiators and stuff. So I get a call to this one apartment to bleed the rads in the back bedroom and in the bathroom. So I go, first of all, I'll just preface this by saying that the tenant is they don't like to be identified as any gender,
Oh Jesus!
but
Fun subject.
they are female.
Like currently a female or formerly a female?
Currently.
Currently.
And so they have a roommate and so I go in the bathroom and I drain the radiator, and then I go back into the bedroom and they are home. And on top, while I'm draining the rad, you gotta get down, open it up to bleed it, and there is a strap-on,
Nice.
10-inch dildo,
Yeah.
just sitting right on top of that fucker. So I'm just staring at it while I'm draining it.
I wouldn't admit to that. Come on.
And well, like I was like,
No, you just got kind of tractor beamed into it, huh?
well, it's literally the only thing on the radiator, and you're eye level with it, and then you have to walk out there and be like,
Yeah.
"Oh, good." So, I didn't measure it. I was just going by.
I didn't.
Guesstimation.
I didn't take accurate measurements.
I mean, anyway,
I'm glad you didn't, man, because then I'd start asking questions.
that's fucking weird, though.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. That's definitely. We have residents that leave them right out on their fucking dresser. Like, they know we're coming. Like Dewey's saying, you schedule work. They know you're going to be there around a certain time on a certain day. Yeah, there's fucking Captain Howdy just shaking away on the dresser when you shut the door, man. It's like they have no shame.
They don't give a shit. I was very weirded out by it.
I would be. That's like, you don't want to see that.
Yeah, they didn't seem to. She didn't seem to care. And
it's even worse that you don't know if it's a he or she. Like, what are they doing?
It's definitely a she, but yeah. And when I was doing the bathroom one, there was a bong on top of the windowsill. So
there ain't nothing
to report that stuff. I can't report it. I don't.
We have people that sit right out. We have carports for their cars and just sit right out and smoke weed right there. It's like it's HUD housing. It's subsidized housing. So they're only paying a percentage of their income, yet, they can afford good weed. It doesn't make any sense. They're paying $90 in rent, yeah.
Better than all of us, too.
Mm-hmm.
You go John Eagle. I mean, the stuff they buy with their
the tax refund.
Yeah, I mean,
when it's tax time, and our dumpsters will overflow with
TVs, all that.
Fucking, they rent furniture. It's insane.
Get a new car, new wheels.
Yep, living better than I do.
So go ahead, Neil.
What are you gonna do?
Nothing. We can't do. Yeah, I mean, this is what it is, right?
Exactly.
But like a lot of people will assume Section 8 housing. If you work apartment maintenance, you're working for a shit property, but that's not true because.
I mean,
they got to meet standards every month.
Yeah, I mean, we have so many standards we have to abide by, man. We state, federal, company standards. we have inspections seemingly every couple of months by 5 different entities. You know, it's hard to say it's a nice property by any means. I mean,
It's a lot of work.
we
but
put forth a ton of effort trying to make it cosmetically nice, but the type of people that kind of housing draws in, they don't really give a shit about the cosmetics.
No,
you know,
because when they leave, it's going to be a trash.
oh yeah,
And
they don't give a fuck. They really don't.
That's what makes yours harder, though. I think is you have to keep up with the standards. Have these people not give a fuck, and keep that up.
It's a lot of money, is what it comes down to.
Right.
It's working that budget to where we can make it happen and still have some sort of profit at the end. You know what I mean? There's got to be. It's just juggling numbers at the end of the day and making it work.
Yeah, and like the properties I work on, like they're pretty nice. I think Knox will agree. Like we get very nice kitchen cabinets. We get granite countertops. We do very nice wood trim, all that stuff. But the tenants are college students, so they just wreck it.
Right. I worked at a property when I first got started that was all college housing, man, and
they don't do shits.
They don't give a shit. No, they don't respect them.
Like a lot of them are Asian, and they're like it's just very dirty.
Probably it has a lingering scent too, probably, huh?
Oh man, like above the stoves and stuff, it's just grease.
Curry.
Oh yeah,
Curry.
I believe it.
Everything gets.
I can almost smell it just like thinking about it, man. It doesn't go away either.
And the crazy thing is these kids have like our apartments aren't cheap to rent. Like they're in a very like desirable area. I think Knox redid one with me. It was a 3-bedroom apartment, and it rented for $2,000 a month. And that place has black mold in the fucking sink. They tore that shit up pretty good. So internationals, yes, internationals.
Mommy and daddy's money.
Yeah, they have millions in the bank.
So let's go trash some fucking apartments then.
Yeah, my father-in-law, he works Section 8, and he comes across some crazy stuff.
I don't have the stuff. I don't really have too many crazy stories. It's all...
Yeah, I don't either.
It's cut and dry, It's normal apartment stuff. You come across people fucking like all the time. You come across drugs, and I had a dude get stabbed over a parking spot last summer. They were fighting over whose parking spot was whose, and homeboy just shanked him in the rib cage real quick and ran away. It's just I haven't really encountered anything like holy shit, wow. It's boring in a way. These people, they don't live that fascinating of a life, unfortunately.
My father-in-law, he can tell the story better than I can, but some of the ones he's told, he had one probably mid last year. The lady locked her kids in the back bedrooms. They flipped the door locks. They couldn't go to the restroom, so they used the closet as their restroom.
Nice.
And when they moved out, he was like, dude, it was so bad. The molding and all, like the corner mold, baseboards were all puffed out about 6 times their size. But some of the stuff like that, I'd flip out on.
Yeah, no. I have that. What do you do for that though? You don't find out until they're out. Maybe they didn't find out till they moved out, or
something. I mean, they could do that within a year, but you do an inspection every month where you checking the closets and all that.
True.
I mean, I don't know what it's like doing
We
Section
do
8
one every
inspections.
year. We have annual inspections where we go in every year. We don't do one every month.
We
Yeah.
just do one when we do turnovers. That's the only time, my first few years where I'm at, I would clean and do mechanicals, is what you call it. But now I'm just on mechanicals. So every apartment that is getting turned over, I go in and, figure out what they all need, like outlets and all that stuff.
David V said, "What about cat lady?" I'm sure we've all had some crazy cat ladies.
We didn't allow pets up until like 3 years ago, actually.
Service animals.
Yeah.
It started out as just cats, and then all of a sudden, service animals became a thing, and then you have fucking
You
pit
can have a
bulls
stomp
and
on a
chihuahuas around.
fucking leash and you're good.
My property allows 2 pets, and this one lady's got 3 dogs, and they're all emotional support animals. And them dogs bark so much they cause more stress than support for me. But I don't know, there's some odd stuff. Like I've heard of people having a horse for a support animal. What else is it? Just some little odd and end things that squeak by, and I think they're starting to crack down on that more.
You can't though. I mean, it's all,
Yeah, all you need is a doctor's note. A doctor that says, hey, your kid needs a service iguana. And, doctors, rather than actually dealing with the actual problem, they'll fucking scratch that right off, send you on your way. And now we
Make
got
some money.
service donkeys and sheep running around.
This property I'm at now, my maintenance supervisor, he went through probably about 2 years ago, and they did an inspection and found ducks in the closet.
Oh, yeah?
That'd be kind of odd. But,
that's kind of random.
yeah, my last property, somebody had, I think it was like 4 chickens. All of them were hens.
In their
City
unit.
ordinance said that you could not have a rooster. So they had all these hens out in their back patio, built a little chicken coop, had their eggs.
That's crazy. Just because they could, probably. They're like, oh, yeah, we can have chicken, so we're gonna go for it.
And they don't get charges for the fees because it's only for dogs and cats, and they were kept outside. So
I think, like I said, we didn't start allowing pets up until 3 or 4 years ago, and it was a mistake, man, because people don't take care of their dog. There's dog crap everywhere you go. There's dog crap. You got cats tearing up our carpet. Such a major mistake.
Mm-mm.
If I could take it back, I would, man. I don't think it's a good idea, unless you're paying, an extra. See, our people don't pay like a pet deposit or extra security deposit or anything. They don't have anything. So at the end of the day, if their animal messes up anything inside our unit, we eat the cost like 90% of the time.
We charge.
Well, we can't because they don't. Some of these people don't come in here with anything, and you'll never see the money anyway. You could write them, whatever. Like they ruin the carpet, they ruin doors. You could say, "Oh, you owe us this much," but we're never going to see that money.
Like ours is $300 per pet, and it's an automatic $75 deduction for a deflea treatment when you move out. So, and then still get charged $20 to $30 a month.
Well, I mean that's how it should be. I mean that's But we're HUD, and the people they don't have.
They ain't gonna pay nothing.
I don't
Well,
see why they allow it. They should just ban animals. I don't.
I'll tell you guys maybe we could do this. The dumbest work order I've gotten recently was I had a person's bathroom was getting water leaked into it, second floor bathroom. I go up to the third floor, and where the bathroom was leaking, I kind of figured what the issue was already, but go up to the third floor, no shower curtain on the fucking shower.
So it's just splashing everywhere.
Just going out on the floor, running down wherever it finds its way down. So we had to tell those people, hey,
Put up a shower curtain. Come on.
They're $1 at Walmart.
Right?
we put in a very nice shower bar.
Yeah, do you ever feel like some of these people like lack common sense? Like more so.
A lot.
Like,
Yeah.
it's such a funny little. It's like a world unto itself, really. Like, how do so many people that lack common sense end up inside the same apartment complex?
It's like, how do they remember to wipe their ass?
I have a job because
maybe some of them don't. You know, fuck.
they probably forget.
Dingleberries.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy. Like, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, some of the shit they expect maintenance techs to take care of. On Friday, I was asked to move a refrigerator for a lady that had spilled juice underneath it. And it's like, no.
That's not my job.
That's not what I'm here for. You know what I mean? Like,
Call a carpet cleaner.
well,
that's like people in our they're like, clean up my mold in our bathrooms. It's like,
That's in your lease, standard cleaning procedures.
job to clean. I did it for like the first 2
Yeah.
years. I kept telling them, I'm like, this isn't my job to clean up after them. Like, it's not my job.
right.
I'll give them the freaking cleaner if they just clean it.
That's what I started doing. I'd drop off bleach. People would complain about mold in their shower, and it's just like surface mildew. Like, all you have to
That's
do
like
is clean
windows.
your shower and it'll go away.
the cold weather with mold and mildew that builds up behind the blinds because there's no air exchange to kind of dry that up. It's normal in
I
the
gotta
winter.
take a piss, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you just, where we're at, we don't have an air thing, but we tell them all to crack your window when you take a shower.
Mm-hmm.
And that you gotta fucking clean your bath. None of them clean their bathroom. I mean, I wouldn't even shower in their bathrooms without sandals or something on. That's how bad it is. And it's crazy that when they move in, it's spotless. The place is spotless. It's nice, clean, and then they leave it and looks like shit.
It's sad.
It is.
I mean, I think I've probably had 5 within the past year that were pretty bad. But most of the time, they're usually pretty clean. I've had quite a few that look just the same as the day they moved in.
Yeah, you get a few of those, which you feel good about, but like too far in between. All right, later, Kenneth. Have a good night. Thank you for coming in, man. I appreciate it.
Later.
And maybe if you want to drop your, just write a comment. If anyone, check out these comments, subscribe to their channels. Dewey Did It, Tradesman Essentials. Got some good channels going on there.
On Instagram and YouTube.
That's right. I'm still trying to figure out Instagram. I think I'm going to take, I'm still going to put stuff out, but I'm kind of working on my YouTube and Instagram, trying to learn them. I guess I never really did that, so.
Instagram is weird, man. There's times where you can gain a lot of traction and you lose it. I know within a week I probably gained 50 and lost 20. And it's like that's just weird how it does that.
Yeah, I mean, YouTube's kind of been a weird way too. Just, but I gotta do some things to fix it.
Let's see. And like what sucks is I've been trying to build up some inventory of videos because if you upload 2 or 3 a week, the algorithm pushes your channel more.
Yep.
And it's like there's just sometimes where I can't drop a video and I'm trying to get things squared away to where I could make it quicker to make a video just to get 10 minutes out because you have to have a minimum of 10 minutes to be monetized whenever that point comes. But
yeah, I don't know. I've been doing a pretty good job at that, but like I usually have about 3 or 4 in the bank of videos that I can release.
about to drop this.
You're dropping.
Yeah, Tradesman Essentials. If you could say like what's up in the chats, and that way people can click on it, subscribe to you.
Oh yeah, whatever.
Get some.
They don't have to if they don't want to.
Well, we got some cool videos there to check out, and the YouTube or the Instagram too.
My Instagram's on fire for me lately.
Yeah, dude, your Instagram game's strong.
It's easier for me to do Instagram than it is to like get a video together. Way too much going on, man. I was trying though. For a minute, I was able to put like videos together. Now it's just like it's more of a hassle than anything.
The day in the life of
take a picture real quick, you know?
Yeah, it is a lot easier. But that video, Day in the Life of a Park Maintenance Man, that was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I remember that video.
There's a part 2. I've been piecing together a part 2, so
look out for that.
Stay tuned.
All right, Amos Cardoza, have a good one, man. Appreciate you coming in.
That's part of my whole thing, though, man, is how, we're not taken seriously.
Not at all.
In the trades world, and I kind of, after so long in apartment maintenance, you see more and more, even on like in my Instagram feed, on my YouTube channel, there's still people that feel the need to write to me and be like, hey, Ryobi's, your name is Tradesman Essentials, yet you're using Ryobi tools. You're using Black & Decker tools. There's Hyper Tough on your feed. Those aren't tradesman-worthy tools.
Fuck off.
As long as the tool does its job, it's good.
Right. That's just a hard part of my whole thing, man, is I wanna get over that hump and like kind of have apartment maintenance earn the respect that it deserves, because I think it's kind of, I know it's a lackluster position, but we still do.
I mean, we fucking do a ton.
We do everything, man. Like from what, Dewey? You do HVAC,
everything: plumbing, electrical,
electrical, carpentry,
paint.
Right. I mean, yet somehow we're not taken seriously, and I don't understand that.
We've got more general knowledge of stuff than a lot of people that are in a specific career.
Right. And I'm told it's because we're not certified. We haven't taken courses, which I've taken plenty of courses, but whatever. We're not contractors, which I just want techs, and I want people that are tuning in, techs that are watching us and following us to feel respected.
I just want to say have a great weekend, APAC. Thank you for joining us. What's up, Dan the Bagel Man? Yeah, everyone's mad at you, man, all the time. All trades are undervalued. I don't know. I guess it's kind of like
right,
YouTube.
totally. But there's a food chain when it comes to trades, and we are fucking sniffing some serious butt when it comes down to it, man.
Unfortunately, though, it is. It is some of the people that also.
They put bad taste in people's mouths.
Right.
Yeah, basically everyone thinks if you're a apartment maintenance guy, you can wake up in the morning and go, I'm gonna do apartment maintenance.
A day. That's my video, man. That's what I was trying to capture. The cliche.
Which but
That seriously was a hard day, though. So. I'm still recovering from it. Actually, hyperextended my elbow working on that hot water heater.
But there is days where you actually bust it all day long.
It's
and
almost,
there's days where you don't
every
do
day,
jack.
man. Getting a slow day where I'm at is it's rare, especially in the winter. We're plowing, we're shoveling, we're snow blowing,
I hadn't this year at all. We hadn't used salt whatsoever. Last year, I probably used salt. Had a salt stairs 3 times.
I buy environmentally friendly ice melt by the pallet, and I've gone through 4 pallets so far this year. If that tells you anything, a pallet's a ton, so that's 4 tons of ice melt.
We got 3 pallets this year, and might went through a half. Because also, when you do snow removal,
we go heavy with it too, just fucking get it done.
Yeah, we do the opposite because we also got to clean the buildings. The other
guy, my guy cleans, but that's job security if you think about it. So
yeah, absolutely. But I kind of make it a little bit easier on him.
I like that.
I'll tell you somebody. I'd like to get someone that works in high rises. That's a totally different atmosphere.
There's a new channel I just saw. I think it's just called Apartment Maintenance, and it's a dude. He might be joining us one of these weekends, but his apartments are real nice.
Do you know where he's at? What city or any of that?
South Carolina.
Was he on your channel? Was he commenting?
Yeah.
Just called Apartment Maintenance. I think I subbed to that dude.
He's a good dude. Yeah, more like a Lex Vance, showing people how to do it.
I haven't watched any of it yet. I saw Apartment Maintenance. I was like, gotta support him.
Absolutely.
So our market area is the Southeast. And they said that the Carolinas, Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, and Kentucky is the next booming market. And investors are coming from New York and all them surrounding states to invest down here and make more. So that's something to look out for.
As B&W's Electronics says, I work in a converted school that's almost 100 years old. There's 2 of us doing a 4-man job, and they can't figure out why we don't get everything done.
You know how many times I've heard that, man? That's always the case when it comes to apartment maintenance.
Common theme, apartment maintenance.
That sucks, bro. I feel for you.
And the owners and the people on top of you are just you gotta get it done. Gotta get it done. Get it done.
Yep. Cracking.
But our job's not tough, We're not mechanics.
we need these 10 apartments ready in 2 months. Plus, you gotta answer 50 service calls a day, do some snow removal, be on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and be happy about your life. Underpaid,
Yeah.
overtired.
But here's the positives for everyone who's in the chat and stuff is if you take your lumps in apartment maintenance, you can make a pretty good living
Yeah.
off of it. But you gotta start at the bottom.
You got to start making 10, 11 bucks an hour and
Yeah,
eventually get to that 20 or 30.
Yeah, I mean there's
and
money to
I think you'll benefit if you can stay at the same property. Stay at the same property or within the same management company for
Right.
as long as you can, and you'll work your way up, man.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're a good apartment maintenance guy and you have a good company, and you'll should be able to figure that out pretty quickly. If you put your time in,
I think
might-
people tend to think there's going to be something. You're at that like $12, $14 an hour spot. Oh, there's something better out there. There's something better. I'm better. I can make more money, and maybe just try sticking with it and work your way up. You know what I mean?
I've been here 5 years, and I've seen the benefits of just sticking with it. And,
Yeah.
you got 15 years, you got 10 years that Dewey did it, and I think you guys have both seen the benefits.
Going into my 10th year as a supervisor, man, I never pictured myself in this position at all, but it works
I
out.
started as a groundskeeper, so did that. Had to work into a tech.
I started cleaning. I was an apartment cleaner.
Yeah.
Wiped everything down.
Minorca Home Solutions. I like home remodeling, make 8K in week or two, then take week off. That's
That'd be nice.
good too. Which is what I'm trying to build myself up to, because with all the remodels I do, that's probably my next jump is maybe just start a handyman remodel business, and then I don't know.
I mean, that's just generally where we end up. Either we find that one aspect of apartment maintenance that we like the most or that we do the best. We're plumbing, HVAC, electrical, whatever, and we'll move on to a career in that. Or we end up as a handyman,
I want to jump into the chats here. BW's Electronic, 22 years, March 23rd. About $19 when I retire in 9 years. They're screwed. Nobody knows or will do what I do for them. That's the shame of the the.
You say $19 an hour after 22 years? Am I understanding that correctly?
I believe so. Maybe if you could clarify. Supervisors definitely has benefits.
Yeah, but it's stressful as fuck too, though. Especially HUD housing.
And we do get vacation time, yes. All right, Jared Milky Way, have a good night, man. I appreciate it. That's awesome, Minorca. Good job, man. Congratulations. Yeah, and I don't know. It's staying loyal to a company helps as long as it's a good company. That's true. That's definitely true. And you have to be able to judge that too.
I'll tell you something, and I've seen kind of tops and bottoms of management companies. Finding the right one that truly cares about you as an individual, and that's where I'm at now, is the whole atmosphere of the company that manages our property, I've actually gotten to know all my upper management, my regionals. I've got their phone numbers. If I need something, I can shoot them a text, phone call, email, whatever, and you feel like a normal person instead of just a worker. And one of the properties that before, I never even laid eyes on them at all. When they came, I was told, hey, pretty much go into this unit, disappear, don't come out until we tell you. Like the redheaded stepchild treatment.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest too, is between me and the property manager, not very good communication, but between me and the boss, very good communication. So that makes all the difference in the world.
I mean, a lot of it's up to you too. I mean, if there isn't good communication between you and somebody, you need to step up and either force the issue and find a way to make it work. I mean, it goes both ways. Can't just like sit there and be like, oh, I can't communicate with my property manager, so fuck it. Push, make it a better environment. It's your job too, it's your life too.
The first 4 years it was fine, but they just kind of, I mean, you ever witness someone just kind of give up on a job?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm witnessing right now. So
that's you just gotta do your thing then. Make sure you're fucking in a good spot. Do your thing.
Yeah, I'm all. But I'm still trying. Yeah, you're right though. I am still trying to work on trying to keep them, I guess, motivated.
It's not up to you though. Especially if the air's been knocked out of them and they're kind of giving up, man. I don't know. I'm not in any real position to give you advice. I would just make sure you take care of your business. Make sure you do what you need to do.
Get back with these deaths. Let's bring this down a little bit. All these dead people and stuff. Do we have any haunted units?
Oh no, unfortunately. I don't think any ghost would want to stick around my property, man. It's fucking project-based Section 8. any ghost in the right state of mind is gonna be like, you know what?
This ain't worth my time.
Let's hop over to next door. I hear they have free cable.
Now, back when I did security, there was a property, it was a nursing home being built. And what caused us to be there was some theft. So we got called in to watch it overnight and throughout the day whenever the construction guys left and all. And it used to be an old house back in the 60s or 70s, something like that. And some chick got hung inside of the house. So me and one other guy, we was in shift change, and we went walking through the halls and we heard something slam. Sounded like a door or a window getting slammed. And he took his phone, aimed it at the wall, and you can see a silhouette of a woman in a dress being lifted by her neck. And I still have that picture today. I'll have to dig it up. It's in my old computer sitting over here.
You have a picture of it. That's crazy.
And then later on, probably about 2 weeks later, it was just me. I was sitting in my truck, and it was about 2 or 3 o'clock at night, and I heard this big boom, like no boom I've ever heard in my life. Sounded kind of like a big dumpster that was full of stuff got dropped from the sky. And where it was centered in the middle of the courtyard of the building. Nothing was there. Seen nothing that would make that much racket. And then there was on the security camera, you could see like a little kid's head pop up above the window,
That's
like
crazy.
they was peeking over it. But that was the like most weirdest stuff I've ever seen.
I bet. I'm into like paranormal shit like that. It's kind of fascinating to me.
Yeah. That's why I asked. Like, I thought maybe.
No. Our ghosts skip town, man. They're gone. I can't blame them.
All right, Slauson, have a good night, brother.
Later, Slauson. Yeah, my ex-wife, she worked at a local hospital, and they used to have a ghost. They named him Stanley. And all the soap dispensers and the towel things would just start randomly going off,
Nice.
dispensing soap and all. And it's like, shoot, that's weird.
Ghost likes fucking with people.
I mean, you have like, I don't know. My buildings are older, so. But the weird thing is, like, I've never had that. I Trades and Essentials. I haven't had any weird experiences there, like what you would think, like even working in weird. Even the dead woman I found, I renovated her whole apartment. Nothing, you know.
Yeah, that's the way. I mean, the guy I was telling you about earlier, we just redid his. We're actually still in there working, but not even a creaky floorboard, man.
Yeah, nothing. But yeah, David V, thank you for joining us, man. I appreciate it. Everything's haunted though. I think.
It's depressing. I'm gonna grab another beer.
Yeah.
I can tell a few good ghost stories, but I don't know if I should.
You can tell what?
I don't think our audience cares for the ghost stories.
Ghost stories, some maintenance ghost stories.
Well, I don't have maintenance ghost stories. I just
I knew this toilet that was haunted once.
It just start flushing for no reason. That flapper just wore
The
out.
lid would go up and down as if it was trying to talk to me.
You ever get those people that get like the clogged, and you're just like constant clogged toilets, and you're like, dude, just fucking flush it like two or three
There's
times.
this fucking dude that takes these massive shits that would clog his toilet. Like he would clog it like at least once a month. I gave him a plunger. I was like, you have to try to do this yourself. You're a man. You can do this. So what he does now is when he clogs his toilet, he puts it in a grocery bag and throws it in the dumpster because he's afraid to call me.
He pulls it all out.
Yeah, he scoops it out. He does it because I wigged on him. He called me at 5 o'clock in the morning once. And I'm like, this is not happening anymore, bro.
What you do? Give him a ladle?
That's
Dude,
not
Dude,
I've got a unit.
like he's like nuts. He's got like Asperger's or he's autistic or something. But it's hilarious now. That's what he does, and
I'll try not to laugh too hard.
no, it's hilarious that he's too scared to call now, so he bags it.
My father-in-law, they bought plungers for every unit 1 year for Christmas.
Really?
Yes, and to me, that would be like the biggest shove-it move you could do. But
Well, it's one of those things that anybody can do.
and don't get the cheapy brownish red one that ain't worth a crap. Get one that's got like a cone in it.
Yep. Absolutely.
I've got a unit here that every month it's like clockwork. Hey, my tub drain needs unclogged. And dude, the amount of hair that comes out of that thing is about the size of a freaking rat in New York. And they're just like, that came out of there? It's like, yeah, how are you not bald?
Oh, I'm in the chat, man. Sorry. It's calls like that drive me crazy though. The calls that anybody can take care of. Like, I know it's a convenience to have maintenance come do. I know that's what we're paid for, but some of this stuff, if they would just, try a little bit, they could take care of.
Dude, my wife cannot unclog her own hair for nothing. She gags, like about throws up. And all we use here is them little $1 or $2 Zippets.
The Zip-It sticks? Yeah.
Dude, that's the best thing ever.
Jab saw, man. A drywall.
Yeah. But we've got probably, I think we ordered 20 of them last year, and I think we're down to like 5.
Go through them. You hand them out to people?
Some of my repeat offenders, if they say they're up to it, I'm like, here. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, it's only $2. You might as well give it.
And we order them by like a 10-pack anyway.
Yeah.
So. Oh, there's just some things like we've kind of done stuff to deter it, but we'll get calls, hey, my smoke alarm battery's chirping. Okay, well, it's in your lease. That's a normal thing for you to replace. So we start charging $5.
Yeah.
And they're like, $5 for a battery? It's like, do you want to pay it or not?
We do the same with light bulbs, man. It's $5 for a light bulb. You can go get
$5 for incandescent or $10 for LED.
No, we go 5 straight up. Hang on, my baby's crying.
We just changed everything to LEDs. Like a burned out light bulb or something. It's pretty easy.
I've had probably a quarter of the units. I've gotten a lot of stuff switched to LED. There's residents where I'll point blank tell them, I'll be like, hey, if you want me to change the light bulb and you're going to let me charge, take your $5, go down to the Dollar Tree and get their LEDs that are $1 a piece, and I will put all of them in for you.
Yeah.
That way I don't have to come back and do all that. Xville says the electric, all of our property, I don't know about others, they pay for electric, they pay their water bill. Like, we don't give any freebies.
Well, on my own properties, I pay the water bill because that's the only thing that your property can default on. And that's I don't know if that's just Pittsburgh, but also where I work, we pay all the water.
So y'all don't have like individual metered units?
No, it's all just built. I mean, everything I work on is 1950s or prior. And but I guess like if people don't pay the water bill, that's the only thing that a mortgage company or something could default on. So, and our water is included with the waste, also trash removal.
We have valet waste, which is a fee where they pick it up at your doorstep. Then we charge for actual garbage disposal, which is added into your rent. And then like our water bills, each unit has its own water meter. That's all the
Yeah, yeah.
information sent to our office and relayed to a third party that does the billing. But like our main water line meter that bill goes to our office, so we're kind of getting reimbursed by the sub meters.
You got like you have nice condos.
Ours are we have, let's see, 16 units per building, and then it's a courtyard style complex, and there's 15 buildings. So it's, let's see, phase 1's 5 years old and phase 2's pushing 3 years old now.
You got newer buildings then.
Yeah. The
Lucky
last
you.
property I was at was built in 85, I think, is when they started
Mine was
building it.
finished in 82.
And dude,
Yeah.
we had some like 1983 train units that are still kicking today.
Well, they don't make them like that anymore, as the old
No.
saying goes. You know.
Well, that's like I was telling Dewey, all my stuff's 1950, so you try and take a drywall knife, you're gonna be disappointed. It's all plaster and metal lath, so
Fuck. You have like concrete walls too?
yeah.
Some
So-
shit. I remember some of your videos. You have concrete, man. Ugh.
So like if I want to put in an outlet or cut out a ceiling for plumbing repairs, you gotta get the Dremel carbide tip oscillating tool
Cut
blade.
into shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if I pre-pack, I'll eat all this up real quick. So
Not
I'll
fun.
be right back in just a minute.
Not fun at all.
yeah, but you know,
Well,
it is-
compared to like me, I have drywall. I can just cut in a drywall. It takes me, 5 minutes to put in an outlet or a box. I'm not going through materials trying to cut through concrete.
yeah, it makes everything a little bit more, like when I add in dishwashers and stuff. Sometimes you just gotta channel out the plaster and run the Romax through that and
Yeah.
plaster over it.
That
I'm
shit
not
can
a
be tough to work with too, man. Plaster flashes up so quick.
Dude, I am not a plaster guy or
Well, it's you got to be quick, That's it.
I don't have. I'm not patient enough, I guess.
I don't think anybody is, to be honest, man.
Yeah.
Who wants to deal with that? It's hard in fucking 2 seconds. Like, oh,
So that's like
you mix it again, then it's hard again. Like, come on, you get pissed
One
off.
one
Don't
thing
do
I've
anything.
done good on my properties is like if I go out and open up a ceiling to fix plumbing, they're gonna have to bring someone in to fucking fix that ceiling.
Yeah.
Like I just can't do it.
Well, who wants
But,
it?
my house is plaster. I'm happy about that.
Ugh.
Not metal lathe, but it's plaster.
Yeah. All right.
Any tools you guys
Slowing
have?
down. Go ahead, man. Sorry to interrupt.
Any tools you guys have been eyeing up to maybe purchase? Start with the trades.
Don't even. That's another rabbit hole, man. There's so many.
It is a rabbit hole for sure. What about you, Dewey? Any new I see Cobalt. I see it behind you. The Ford Charger.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to bring that over and I saw that on VCG the other day.
So
Look
this
at
is
that.
the fast charger, and then
Oh, you know what, dude? You know what I wanted to mention to you too? All that Hilti's got all that new 12-volt brushless stuff out. I don't know if you've seen it yet. Brushless hammer drill, brushless impact driver, brushless screwdriver.
I will say, I had to hammer drill into a concrete slab, and your words were in my head that you burned out yours. Your Hilti.
Yeah.
I could smell it, but never let smoke out. So.
It's such a shame. Those were such nice tools, man. And they're just not. That hammer drill went too soon.
They're not up to date, but they are nice.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They have Hilti is just released the brushless stuff. 12-volt brushless hammer drill, impact, and screwdriver.
I can't afford it.
$89 bare tool. You can afford it.
Yeah, I can afford it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be on like Hilti, for anyone who's listening, head and shoulders above Milwaukee.
They're saying the new 12-volt impact has like almost 1,600 inch-pounds of torque for a fucking 12-volt, man.
Well,
look it up.
I'm gonna say this also. I'm gonna make a video soon, but I've had battery issues with my Milwaukees. I've had chuck issues with my Milwaukees. Like, there's a lot of issues.
Yeah, I'm invested in Milwaukee. I'm not all in on Milwaukee, man. Their selection is just so insane for like what we do. It's almost a no-brainer to buy into that platform. But if there was another brand that had the same variety and the same depth, I'd be all over that in a heartbeat too. But no other 12-volt system can compare. So it's like you're almost stuck with Milwaukee.
Yeah, and
in a way,
the brushless hacksaw is nice.
It's huge though, man. That thing is almost the same size as their 18-volt.
Yeah, that's true.
I know you don't like the Walt, but the Atomic recip saw, the compact one-handed recip saw.
That looks pretty nice. I don't just like the Walt. I've always been disappointed with it.
It's a nice saw, man. It really is. And now they have the 12-volt recip saw too, the brushless one. I think Lowe's has it in stock.
Like the 12-volt impact I used tonight it's awesome. It really is for what you actually need it for. But like Milwaukee took it a step further and made it to where if you gotta drive a lag or something, you can do it. Yeah, that's the difference.
I like the slide pack batteries too for ergonomic wise, man. I'm more prone like the Makita 12-volt, the Walt 12-volt, and the Hilti 12-volt, all slide pack batteries. I just prefer that, I guess.
The Hilti's batteries and the I guess you could say there's no slop at all in them.
Oh, those they're made, man. They're made so nice. They
are. All right, Dewey, what you got for us?
So I'm got a video I'm kind of cooking up on this and trying to cover it. When Kobalt came out with the 24-volt, they had this standard charger, and it has, let's see, where's it at here? Charges at 45 watts. And this is like slow poke, what comes in all the kits that they got. And then later on, they came out with the rapid charger, and it's 110 watts. So you cut your time in half, essentially. And then this year, they came out with this 4-port, which is 110 watt as well, but it charges one at a time. So it's in series. I did a video on this one, and it's some people want it to where like you can charge all the batteries at once. To me, the perk of this is if you've got multiple batteries, and you're done at the job for the day or whatever, you just throw them in the charger and walk away. Where if you was sitting with this one, you have to remember, oh, it's probably about time to go change that one out if it's full and put another one on. For this, you just walk in the garage, drop them in there, come in the morning, pick them all up, and they're all juiced up and ready to go.
Yeah, that's it. It's a great idea. I mean, for Cobalt to come out with that, I thought it was kind of funny because I was like, how many people are going through that many Cobalt batteries? But you're the perfect guy for that, you know.
You'll see why they came out with this, and really for the money, I think this one like retails like $90.
That's not bad at all.
To me, is like killer price for the charger in itself.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
This charger's $45.
Well, I mean, you know, you get into that. Ryobi's got a 6-gang charger. It's like what, $69, $70?
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. So, like, a lot of people. That's the thing that I think differentiates some brands from others in terms of contracted brands. It's like Ryobi has a 6-gang. Cobalt's got the 4 now, thank God. That means you could plug in a lot of batteries and get them charged up, and you know you're good to go.
I mean, if I add up, I've got this 4-port, I've got 2 of the slow chargers, and then I've got 2 of these fast chargers. And if
are
it
you
was like
going
me
through
trying
that many?
to
Sorry to
pick
interrupt.
what to do, I would put my 1.5 or 2 amps on the slowest charger, while I've got my 4 or 6 whatever amp on the fast chargers.
You're going through that many Cobalt 24-volt batteries in a day, doing
not in a
what we
day.
do?
About a week, I'll probably have to. Like 1 week, I had to change out some signs, drill into some brick and all that, and I burned up 4 batteries in that day.
Right
you
on.
start using a rotary hammer, them things suck up some juice.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's what we're drilling into.
Another tool that sucks up juice is the 24-volt shop vac. You can cook a battery in probably 20 minutes.
I have the Ryobi one. That's the same thing, man. That thing drains batteries like no other.
You know, I have the Ryobi. I think it's the 3-gallon little portable one. You throw a 3 or 4 amp hour battery on that. You know, I use it for like draining or getting toilet tanks and clogs and stuff. When you gotta just empty the traps out to get to clogs or whatever. But you know, that's the great thing about Ryobi is like they're got what 12 amp hour batteries.
Yeah,
you know?
I got a bunch of those 9s, man, and I just put those in everything because they sell them so cheap. Sometimes you can get them for like $89 every now and then. It's like hard not to, you know.
And they freaking work, man. They do.
They really do. And the impact driver, that brushless impact driver that Ryobi makes, man, I swear by that fucking thing.
Thing's a beast.
I don't care what anybody says. That'll stand up to any impact driver. It's not necessarily fast, but it's got the power to.
Well, it's not even that. It's not compact like the other ones.
Right.
But you go head to head on a fucking 4x4 or whatever driving.
Yeah, it'll pound legs all day. I think you plug a 9 into that thing, man. I got it for like $60 too.
I have the Ryobi SDS hammer drill cordless. It looks like a toy. That thing has. I'm going to do a long-term review on it, but that thing has held up immensely to what I put it through. You know.
That's. I think that goes for a lot of Ryobi tools, man. They get such a bad rap, just like Cobalt too, man. They get such a bad rap, yet they stand the test of time and time again. They handle. I know the Ryobis have handled anything I've thrown at it, and seemingly Dewey's stuck with Cobalt, so they've been able to, handle a lot of work.
Yeah,
There's
like
I had a rigid before Cobalt.
I
my
have
favorite.
rigid. I have a ton of rigid 18 volt tools. That's primarily what I run for 18 volt. But
This is my favorite cordless circ saw. This is
nice.
done framing and like you can see the handles tearing apart on it. I actually just threw away the recip saw from that kit I got also because it just shat the bed, but
Probably because it was old, not because it was misused or couldn't handle the fucking.
well, it was used and abused for sure. It did a lot of plumbing jobs and whatnot, but like I mean, this is one of the best jigsaws I've ever used because it could take anything made.
I had a corded blue Ryobi for the longest time.
Yeah, they just work, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not one to say, hey, this is a professional grade tool. This is a DIY grade. I think all tools can be used professionally. I almost think I did a video on this a while ago, but I don't. I think we need to get away from labeling DIY and professional and prosumer and all that crap. I think if you use it right, I mean, there's gonna be some tools that are just complete garbage, but tools like Ryobi and Cobalt and Rigid and even some of the Craftsman stuff that's coming out, it can all be used in a professional environment.
It's just really, if you know when the tool's not going to be able to do the job, don't push it beyond what it's meant to do.
Yeah, and know how to use it. Really, know what you're doing with it.
And I think I mentioned in our group that I'm going to do a video of I've got the impact drill, the standard drill, the hammer drill, and the rotary hammer. And break down for some people who don't know when you use what drill for what purpose.
Yeah, that's a good call. I would, yeah.
Raphael said, I've been unable to kill that circ saw, and I've tried. And I've done the same thing, man. I've so many framing jobs and stuff. You just think it's going to die, but it just doesn't.
Does Zephiel run Ryobi stuff? Does he run Ryobi gear? Yeah. Professionally or as like a hobby?
I think so, yeah. No, I think professionally.
Yeah, I think that's one of the best professional grade tools you can buy for the price, man. Like, you can't go wrong with Ryobi.
Yeah, and like,
professionally.
I don't know, like, when I bought my Ryobis, it came with NiCad, and the NiCad batteries did suck.
But look at how they made their tools. Like, can't you like? They didn't dump a battery platform. They
kept it.
Yeah, as most companies will just dump a battery platform, they fucking decided to rage it, man, and I think that gets overlooked too.
And
when it comes to all that, the one thing that a lot of people look at is the technology of Ryobi batteries, like all the computer board and all, is inside the batteries. So you're going to have a big bulky battery, but you're able to use that on your 1990s Ryobi drills.
Right, and you can, if it shits the bed or whatever, you can go get you can get two more for the price of one Milwaukee battery. You know.
Well, look at DeWalt. They changed that battery platform, made an adapter that makes that thing like you're holding another tool underneath your.
The NiCad adapter thing that they have, that thing's so stupid. I thought
that's how they made it like so people would buy it is like we're gonna come out like I will say it was pretty genius that they came out with the flexible, right? Because then people wouldn't be so hesitant to buy into the new DeWalt, but they haven't done shit with that lineup.
Do you see now that they have the 20-volt stuff that is going to work better with higher capacity batteries? Not flex volt. They have the 20-volt. I forget. There's this thing where these new 20-volt tools are supposed to work better with like an 8 amp-hour battery or like a 9 amp-hour battery. I don't understand what the fuck they're doing.
They're free agents. They bought Porter Cable. They bought Craftsman. Yeah.
And where's all the Craftsman brushless tools, man? We've been sitting on brushed Craftsman garbage for 2 years now.
Now they're rebuilding the DeWalt brand. That's how Black & Decker plays it. They just
DeWalt's so far beyond what it used to be.
It really is.
Funny.
Yeah.
I love their 12. I like the 12 brushless stuff they just released. I'm a big fan of that. Other than that, man, DeWalt can just sit there on the shelf. I don't really. What they did to Porter Cable, what SB&D did to Porter Cable too. I mean, I can't really respect that.
This is where Ryobi shines. Is the
yes, and I've heard chatter that Cobalt is coming out with an air damper.
The cordless air guns, man. Yes.
Like I said in one of the videos, that's one thing I would buy just from Ryobi because of the price point and all, and it's an awesome tool.
I'll be honest. Like, there's a lot of professionals that I come across with me working. They buy the Ryobi cordless nail guns because they freaking work.
They work.
In Milwaukee, they work a lot better than the DeWalt's and the
those rigid ones were garbage too. That are like $250. That 18-volt Ryobi Brad, man, that $139. I think I got that for, and it's still 3 years later. It's still kicking.
Yeah,
I use it to. It's just a go-to fucking pin nailer, really.
It fucking works.
Exactly. Then there's not really a cordless nailer that's in that price point. That you have the Ryobis down here, but then everything else is 300 plus. Your Metabo HTPs and your DeWalt's and your Milwaukee's, $400 a pop.
I bought the Milwaukee 18 gauge Brad nailer.
The first generation or second generation?
Second.
They're supposed to be better.
And it was like, I don't know, close to $400.
It's crazy.
But I came home and I was like, what the fuck am I doing? I got the Ryobi and I went back and I returned it.
Porter Cable had some too that were supposed to be pretty good, but I could never.
They were. I did use one. It was pretty decent.
I can never pull the trigger on those. The battery gauge on the batteries, the fuel gauge, Porter Cable lacks that. I just couldn't do it. But they were supposed to be good nailers.
Well, Porter Cable had like the built-in battery gauge on the tools.
Right.
They went with, right? Which
not all of them. You get it's kind of like the Hitachi stuff that I bought. You get the two LEDs where it's either it's full or it's at 50%. So it's a guessing game.
Look at Hart. To me, it's stupid. They make that 1.5 pack. I think it's Hart. It does not come with it, but you get a 2 amp hour, and it does have the indicator.
I've seen that with other companies. I think Ryobis are like that too. The 1.5s and the 2s don't come with the gauge, but anything higher does.
Yeah. To me, if you're going to have it on all.
Exactly. It must be a cost thing. If they're making the 1.5 so cheap, they don't want to add extra cost into production or something.
Mm-hmm.
But it's almost like I expect
1.5s. They used to be $10. I think at that time the cells that they were using cost like $1 a piece. So you've got $10, $6 straight towards the batteries. So it goes to show you kind of how much the board costs,
Right.
and they still had the indicator. So it's like
That's
I kind of see why
yeah.
they bumped the price up on the 2 amp hour battery packs.
Yeah.
The profit margin wasn't that great.
No.
But then you go to a 4 amp, which is $50 now, I think, for a 4 amp
I
hour.
think the 4 amps are around 40 here at least.
Yeah. I mean, they've got a decent profit margin, and then you step up to the 6 amp hour, and there's either a 9 or a 10 amp hour battery pack for Cobalt coming out. I've seen pictures of a 9.
I've seen the 9. Yeah, I was gonna say I want to say the 9's already on shelves, but maybe that's the 6 because they're both.
Yeah, the 6 is on shelves.
pretty good
The 9 I've heard is going to get bumped to a 10. So, and that's just changing the sales out for higher quality sales.
Yeah.
So you get more amp hours out of that as well. So you'll use. I don't know.
It's good to see like Cobalt's continuing that. They've had some success with their tools, like Skill too. Some of the Skill stuff is really, really nice. Their 12-volt stuff that. If it wasn't so big, I'd be all over. Like their
Skill's made by Chevron, which is who makes the Cobalt stuff.
That's what I'm saying. They've had some success.
Yeah,
I'm actually surprised Skill didn't take a shot at trying to get into Walmart with that brand.
They're at Lowe's. You can get them at Lowe's online. So maybe that, yeah.
Later, Joe.
All right. Joe Smith.
Maybe that's what held them up.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was a good play for them.
They started out strictly on Amazon. It was an Amazon thing, and maybe that's how they wanted to keep it. I don't know.
I talked to some people and they're like, "Oh man, they thought the Skill stuff that came out was like a second coming of Icon." I'm like, "No, I thought they did a good job. Like, they just dropped it and it was good shit." And
yeah, it is. I've played with the 12-volt stuff a bunch. It's just big and bulky for EDC, for everyday carry. It's a little weighty with the battery pack, with the USB charge. I mean, it's nice stuff. And they have one of the only brushless OMTs on the market, 12-volt.
I think Ego makes their batteries or something like that.
Yeah, it's the chemistry in their batteries is insane.
Yeah. I mean, it's good stuff. So something to consider.
Yeah, I'd Skill, Cobalt. Maybe I'm 12-volt all day, man. I like my 12-volt tools, so maybe Cobalt can. Dewey can talk to Cobalt and get me some new brushless Cobalts and that baby blue.
I should talk to Genesis or whatever. I thought that 12-volt drill I bought, that thing's not too bad. 2-speed.
The one with the little chuck on it?
Yeah.
I saw that where I was at today. They had it on display.
And it's not like it's not a two-handed chuck. It's just
you pop it in.
Yeah, you just tighten up on it and good to go.
I didn't know they had as many tools as where I was today at that running store. They had circular saws, sawzall. They had this right angle drill with this big ass chuck on it. They had a whole display, man. They had that other drill that you bought, the special edition. That was there. They had bits and oscillating tool blades, a bunch of different shit. I was kind of blown away.
That special edition is definitely going to go up against the Hyper Tough at some point.
I can't wait.
This is the most useful tool.
That's what
the one that causes problems.
Cobalt.
But I never would have thought I'd use this tool so much.
No, those are Yeah, next to a drill or an impact, that's my next most used tool.
Absolutely, yeah.
Power tool, I should say.
Work great under sinks, cutting pipe, whatever. I mean, it's you
Sanding,
can
I
get a
use
lot
them to
knocked out.
sand like windowsills and stuff that I have.
Yep.
They get into tight corners.
It's like-
Grout, cutting grout out. I mean, the use is crazy. You know, there's so many variables on those.
Yeah, we take out the soap dishes from our bathrooms and stuff, so pop on a grout removal tool, cut out the grout.
I scraped vinyl adhesive off a concrete slab with a corded rigid oscillating tool and a grout blade.
That 12-volt rigid oscillating tool is probably one of the best.
I love that thing, man.
It is. Yeah, that thing's a beast.
Yeah, I'm stumbling over my words because I love it so much, but it's really a nice
It
tool for being a brushless. It's 5 or 6 years old.
Yeah.
And the versatility with all the different heads, man, that's really an underrated option, I think.
Yeah, it got like the body saw and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a like a ratchet head you can get for it too that I can't find. With it's got a right angle impact, the jigsaw.
That's the thing I love and hate about rigid though, is if you buy, like, I think they could kill it in the 12 volts, but
yeah, they could. I was talking to a dude about that. I'm like, their lineup sucks, but he's like, well, look at it this way. They have all those tools. All you got to do is swap out the head. They really have an extensive 12-volt line. Not really, man, because if they weren't made by Milwaukee, I bet their 12-volt line would be super, super deep. You know, if it wasn't a TTI brand.
Zaphael asks, anyone on the panel have Ken Onion workshop tool? Thinking of pulling trigger on it.
Nope.
Can't say that I do.
No.
But if it's a Ken Onion, I'd pull the trigger, man. I wouldn't hesitate. What's your holdup about purchasing it?
Who's Ken Onion?
He's like a designer, I believe. I may be wrong. Like,
it's a sharpener. There's some, I can't remember. I'm trying to look it up. There's somebody else that makes a sharpener similar to it that I've looked into, which you can sharpen all kinds of stuff: knives, saw blades. Basically, like a special design belt sander.
Huh.
I'll tell you. Have you seen the? I think it's the Braun pencil sharpener.
No.
The pencil belt sander, actually, that they've got. Something like that, I think, would come in handy for little odd ends.
I'd have to see what it was to be able to figure that out.
You could get the file sander, that thin one, you know. It'd be about the same thing, right?
Whoop. 9.
Do you guys get doors that swell sometimes?
I dealt with one Friday. Guys like, don't work. I'm like, dude, you have to pull the door just a smidge. When it warms up, you won't have to do it no more.
Ours don't really swell. Ours kind of, our jams and casing like to shift for some fucking reason.
Yeah, I saw that one. You had to move it like a whole freaking inch.
It's like an inch and a half almost, man.
That was ridiculous.
And we had just put carpet in that unit. I didn't test the doors before putting in the carpet, so I kind of fucked everything up. Had I caught it before putting in the carpet, it would have been a lot easier. Like, who expects a door to move that much, though, man?
No one.
Insane.
That is insane. And a lot of times I get like a little bit of doors, or like I can't lock the door, right? So what I do is I have a hyper tough 8-volt like
rotary tool.
Yeah, and I put a cutoff blade on it, and I
Cut
just
the latch down.
I cut the strike plate, back a little bit.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, and that way, and then
it'll get it to latch. We used to the way I learned was taking like a metal rasp and a drill and just sanding the strike plate down a little bit. But now I do it your way. I'll Dremel it, open it right up, man.
just cut open, and then if it goes back, then put a new strike plate on.
Right. There's nothing wrong with that.
Even we have some metal doors in some of our apartments.
Yeah, ours are all metal. We have fire rated security doors, and our apartment doors are fire rated too. Fucking like 200 pounds.
Yeah, they're heavy.
Yeah. And they're on like spring, like a hydraulic spring hinge. That like to go bad.
I hate those spring hinges.
Yeah. By like a HUD standard is all of our doors have to self-close. So we're replacing spring hinges like fucking 20 times a week.
Yeah, those things can they can be a bitch.
It's just monotonous after a while,
Now, what do you guys fancy yourself more as, plumbers or electricians?
I do more electrical work. Our plumbing, all I have to do plumbing wise, really, some like, under the sink garbage, just change out a P-trap or throw in a garbage disposal. Or the most intensive plumbing work I do is maybe changing out a mixer valve behind a shower or putting in a hot water heater. So
more of a electrician.
I guess I don't. I'm a maintenance supervisor.
What about you, Dewey?
I don't want anybody getting mad at me and being like, you're not an electrician. You work at an apartment complex.
I really
Getting everybody all fired up at midnight, man. That's the last thing you want to do. I got to stay humble.
11:05 here. I don't really go towards much. We don't have many plumbing issues. I can do it all. Electrical, I don't know, with the newer property, it's just hard to find. I do more HVAC stuff than anything.
I like doing electrical more than I like plumbing. I bite my nails, so I would never make a good plumber.
I'm the opposite of that. But I can tell you guys a funny story about electrical work if you want to hear.
I'm all ear.
Okay, so you in?
Yeah.
So we had this kid that we hired, and he's no longer with us, but
He died or did he get fired?
he left for a different job, which was all right by me,
I got you.
So, anyways, he had to change a switch in this apartment, and it was in the living room, and I was like 100% sure it was a three-way switch. I was like, listen, man, if it's a three-way switch, when you pull it out, make sure you look at where the wires go, because that's the easiest way to go.
Right.
So he pulls it out and he calls me or whatever, and he's like, "Yeah, it's not a three-way switch, it's two-way." I said, "All right, cool." And then he calls me back about a little bit later, and he goes, "Yes, this switch isn't working." So I was like, "All right, I'll come up, take a look at it." So I go up there. I pull the switch out. He has a two-way switch in there. He has two wires on the hot and one on the neutral. And I told him, if there's three wires, it's a three-way switch. If there's two, it's a regular switch.
Yeah.
I was like, why do you have two wires on the hot? He's like,
what's my other property or some shit, right?
Yeah, he goes, because I didn't know where to put the other wire, but he thought it was a regular switch. I mean, I had to go in there and I figured it out and stuff.
You run into that shit all the time, man. It's so frustrating. You want to laugh and you want to be cool and you want to but when you explain it specifically.
Yes, I legit explained it to him exactly how he saw it.
I dealt with the kid just like that, man. It's like, come.
Or him with the GFI switches. I'm like, listen, there's two wires. You just hooked them into the ones without the tape. He would rip the tape off, plug them into the tape. And I'm like, no, that's why they're not working. There's a line and there's a load.
Yeah.
God, and he kept doing it. I don't know why his GFI ain't working. It's because
you're fucking wiring it wrong, dude. Yeah. Stop.
And he kept being like,
on the back.
Leaving a GFI miswired like that and live, you could fucking shit could go down. I mean, chances are no, but I mean, there's a reason that's a GFI. He could.
I got electrocuted on setup last year. I rented a house before I got to this property, and the dude had it. How was it? The hot was tied in to the ground post. So and this was on the refrigerator. So I pulled the refrigerator out, and it had the steel outer sheathing on it, and all of a sudden it started arcing behind the refrigerator.
What?
I'm like, what the heck's going on here? So I pull it back, and not thinking about truly what was going on, I grabbed the water line, and it shocked the living fire out of me.
No shit.
And ended up I pulled the plug out. Looked around it. The plug was wired right. Where they messed up is when they wired it in the attic. They crossed the wires. And I'm like, I don't know how you did that. So I talked to him. He said, "Oh, my uncle did it." I was like,
there you go. It's always somebody, my fucking uncle did it, or my friend.
Well, that's one of the most frustrating things about apartment. I have an apartment, someone's living in there for a couple of years. All of a sudden, they're like, my fucking outlets don't work. And you go in there, and everything's cross-wired, and you know what I mean? You start actually digging deep, and you got to tear everything out and, go down the line and figure out. It's just weird how that works out.
I mean, I bumped into that a bunch of times, too. It's
how's it work for so long, and then it just...
the conclusion I've come to is just never. It couldn't have worked. There's no way it worked. They just didn't notice it, or they didn't report it. Or I'm like at my property, the guy before me didn't know how to wire three-way switches. So you're walking into these units and none of the fucking light switch works. And it's like,
Have
And
y'all
there-
seen that
a
coin
resident-
challenge?
resident will be like, well, it's always been like that. You know, it's like, well,
There's something I've been shy on that I kind of wanted to do a video on, but like I've never used a an actual
Plug
like
checker?
no like a reader for three ways. I've only used non-contact voltage.
I
testing.
did a video on using clamp meter and
Yeah.
another meter. Just
Yeah, and that's a great video, but like I've only ever used non-contact voltage testers.
that's the way I was taught to find a three-way. And you get, I mean, there's other simpler ways to do it. You know, that's just for,
Well, if you got two people there, it's real simple.
or if they're not spread out too far. You know, I don't. But that's just how I was taught. That's how I know how to do it. That's how I still do it to this day. It's like just almost like a second nature now.
Well, how I do it now, or like how I've taught myself, is like I find the hot when it's on, and then I find the next one that the non-contact voltage tester will register hot,
Right.
right? So they can kind of know your two travelers or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I can't tell you the actual, like, I don't know how three ways work, but I know how to hook them up. So
Yeah, I mean, once you know what you're looking for, they're simple. You know, we have
Right.
four-way switches where I'm at too. Which at first I was like, "What the fuck is this?" But it's the same idea. You know what I mean? I
yeah,
don't know why they choose to have four-way switch in a 986 square foot apartment, but
but it's like my parents have a place down in Florida, and like the way they do electrical down south or whatever, like where you have like a switch that operates half of a fucking outlet. It's
yeah,
just
we
so
have
they-
that in our unit to the switched outlet.
yeah, so they can make fucking money off of it.
Yeah, we have one in every room. We have one in the living room in our units, one in each bedroom. Switched outlets, man. And if you fuck that up, and if you don't pay attention, you're fucking that room's whole circuit up, and then you got to go. So many people have missed. All you got to do is snip that tab, and that makes it a switched outlet. But none of my techs have grasped that concept. Snip the fucking tab. There's usually a red wire going into it that, you know, feeds the switch. That's how you know it's switched.
When I was doing the first electrical work on my house, I got a rude awakening of like you turn off a breaker and you kind of think that everything's off, and then you touch that one, you know,
Yeah.
and you get that, and you're like,
Get a little tight for a minute.
yeah, you're like, no, that wasn't part of that breaker, but but like people on YouTube, like I do this electrical work, and they're like, you gotta lock out, tag out, blah blah, blah. And I'm like, fuckers, I can't like cut off their electricity. Like
No.
you just gotta learn how to do it with it on live.
Yeah.
It's on.
Take advantage of your insulated tools, man.
Exactly. That I think you have the same pair that I do. The Kneepack
Nypack ones.
needle nose.
Big ass needle nose.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're fucking great for working in
They really
box.
are.
Yeah. I've enjoyed them a lot. I mean,
Yeah, they're like $20 too. Not bad for Knypacks or Kneepacks or
not bad for like just
potato.
putting your mind at ease a little
Yeah,
bit.
not getting electrocuted.
Like you touch 1,000 volts with it, so
yeah. I just recently got into using insulated tools. Before I'd be like, whatever. If it arcs out, then power's dead. I don't have to deal with it.
I've arced a few insulated tools also, but that's exactly what they're for. Is you don't feel that arc.
There's a video, I think, or it was either a video or an article. I can't remember what it was, but it's a guy, an electrician, saying you don't need insulated tools. You just need to fucking do it. And if it arcs out, hey, power's off. You don't have to deal with it anymore. That's what the basis of his argument.
My old property, we had at the main breaker box, the front panel's been missing forever. They was coming to do an inspection, and my maintenance supervisor at the time, he was a smart one. Let's put it like that way. He takes a 3-inch drywall screw and shoves it in there to try and cinch it down. He ends up hitting the main line coming in, the way they ran it from the top running down, and that screw went straight into the hot. Ground it out, and he's lucky to be alive.
Wow.
Damn, dude.
Because there's no breaker or nothing on that. But that was one of the biggest, oh boy. It killed the power to the office, clubhouse, everything.
Well, Zaphael said I'd shut their electric off, but the thing is, like, when you work apartment maintenance, this is something that you guys will probably concur on, but other people won't tell you, is you work on so much live electrical that even when you don't have to, you might as well do it.
Yeah.
Because it's just practice makes perfect.
Where I can, I'll shut it off. But most of the times I'm working in an apartment where they're home watching TV and they don't want their shit off. You know? Or their fish tanks in the bedroom and it's going to be too much of an inconvenience for that to go off for 5 minutes so I can swap out an outlet,
Right.
So it's like, you learn to do it live. And you almost learn to do it blindfolded, I guess. It's
yeah, practice makes perfect.
Right.
And like you want to turn the power off, but
it's not always possible.
Exactly. So you might as well just do it all live, especially when you get turnovers and stuff. I mean, that way you're not.
And like light fixtures and shit too, it's
and like I tell people, sometimes they're going to be hot when the switch is off. Sometimes they're not. It depends. Christopher Galla, what's up, my man? Thank you for joining us.
See, we're lucky too. Our residents, their panel box is right in the hallway of every unit, so it's always right there. So the option to turn the power off, it's always just a few steps away. But we rely on the resident. We have to go by kind of how they're feeling on that day. Yeah. If Judge Judy's on, the fucking power's staying on.
Do not touch that fucking switch.
The price is right. Don't change so-and-so's electric around 11 o'clock because the price is right. It's going to be on.
Don't interrupt your soap operas.
Now, do you guys change out breakers?
Yeah. We have to do a lot of breakers, actually, because ours are getting dated.
Now, by dated, are you talking about like 1950s dated?
No, that would be a fuse. We're on breaker. Yeah. I'm talking about probably 36, 37-year-old breakers.
We have I don't know, they're shit breakers, but so they're so old that they are breakers too.
Yeah.
But we had to get one, and it was like $100 some for a 15-amp breaker because no one reproduces them and shit. So just fucking crazy.
That's when you have to start redoing your panel boxes, man.
Well, that's I pushed for that, and we're heading in that direction, so that's good. Some of our buildings have updated panel boxes, and some of them don't.
Now, what about like water cutoffs? Do you have each unit or zones or?
We have inside each unit. Each unit has its own isolated hot water, its own water tank that has shut off to that. Behind every shower, at the mixer valve, there's 2 check valves, cold and hot water check valves you can shut down, and then shut offs to like the bathroom sink, kitchen sink are all roughed in underneath. There's like a main that controls half a building in every building. Like, so our buildings are 4 downstairs apartments, 4 upstairs apartments. There will be a shut off in the 2 back downstairs apartments that control 4 apartments each. It's a weird setup, if that makes any sense. So inside one unit, it controls inside the shut off in the back unit will control a front unit and 2 upper units, and then the same across the hall. It's hard to explain, I guess.
I've got one unit on this property I found where the downstairs unit feeds water to the upstairs toilet. And that is it. And I don't know how this plumber did this, but you can kill the water upstairs and the toilet still runs. But you had to go to the downstairs to do that.
Say that again.
So the downstairs apartment's water cut off. If you kill that,
like
it kills just the upstairs toilet in the first bathroom.
Right.
The rest of the apartment's on its own for the upstairs cut off. Somehow they tied the lines together.
That's fucked up. Is that after a repair, or is that on when they roughed it?
I don't know. I found it. I had a supply line go bad, and I was like, shoot. So normally when our toilet supply lines, they use that cheap plastic PVC type stuff.
Yeah.
And they'll blow out. So we've been switching them to stainless braided lines.
Yeah, the braided lines. You can't go wrong.
And I turned the quarter turn valve, the ball valve, and it wouldn't shut off. So I was like, okay, cool. I'll just go turn off the water. Still have water supply, but I didn't have water throughout the rest of the apartment. It was just that toilet.
That's fucked up.
And then in 2 buildings over, the electric for an upstairs unit, the power that feeds to an outdoor unit, they crisscrossed all the condensing units. So I had to take and notify all the people one day I was going to kill the power. And I had to find out which outside breaker for each condensing unit goes to what apartment and rewire it, and had to figure out which condensing unit went to what. So that was a fun day and trying to map all that out. But the electrician and the plumber are the same guy, and he screwed up.
Yeah, big time, dude. See, that's something that I try to do now is when I'm working on systems like that. If I'm doing something a little bit more complicated, I try to stay like mindful and who's going to be working on this after me. I want to make it easy for them to figure out. I'm not going to cross shit. I'm not going to rig it.
Don't want to jerry rig it wrong.
Exactly. You want to make it easy for the next guy to do. Like, I guess maybe not everybody thinks that way. But why make it so complicated for the next guy? To save a couple bucks, maybe? It's my turn. I gotta piss.
See how many people we got in here. Bad. Trying to get my phone charged back up here. Put my headphones back in. Yeah, yeah. Hey,
There we go. All right. So
like I see your mouth moving.
about the living hell part, right? I don't want to make the next guy's life a living hell working for us, but you will have to take your lumps, like we all have. So you gotta just start at the bottom and work your way up. And once you start showing improvement and knowledge and being able to tackle tasks, you know, that's the turning point. But also, one thing McMurphy has no power. One thing is for the new guys, you take your lumps, you do whatever. But one thing I always learned at an early age from a couple previous bosses is I would never ask anyone that worked under me to do something that I wouldn't do myself.
I always try to do the more complicated stuff, anyways.
Right. And not only that, not even the more complicated stuff, but like I'm willing to, work around the dumpsters and do ground.
Yeah, do the ground.
Yeah.
You kind of have to. That's how I take. That's my approach to management, man. I just get dirty too,
Right, exactly. You don't want to ask them to do something.
I'm not that guy that's gonna sit behind his desk all day looking at Pornhub, wishing I was somewhere else,
and
while everybody else is doing everything.
If they're smart, they'll realize, like you said, that you are doing the tougher jobs. Like the ones
they have it pretty easy.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Like clean up the dumpster.
Well, that and like if you pay attention, you might be able to learn something, man. And if you're not happy here, you can take the knowledge I provide for you, go make more money somewhere else.
Right. And the first few people that paved the way for me, I did exactly that. And the kid that is under me right now, he's 21, eager to learn, and has done, he's done a great job. Like I'm thrilled to have him.
That's good, man.
Yeah, like
good help is hard to find.
Makes a huge difference when they actually want to know what you're doing, or
and like that's. Maybe I'm different, but that's how I would approach a maintenance shop, dude. That's such an environment to just digest knowledge left and right, man. plumbing, like we've said before, you got plumbing jobs, you have electrical jobs, you have, we do flooring, we do exterior work, we do, I appliances, stoves, fridges, garbage. We do everything. It's such a great place to just learn. And if you can't take advantage of that, especially if you have somebody above you that's willing to impart what they know, that's a win-win situation.
Yeah,
you got to take advantage of it.
And like I said, like I'm in my 5th year, and I've already made that transition where I'm trying to teach the next guy.
It's fulfilling to me, man. Like you find somebody that pays attention and seems to be into what you're teaching them, dude. It's a fucking super fulfilling feeling.
Yeah, like I had a few guys that were older than me that obviously didn't want to take any direction, which is fine. That's on them.
Right.
This kid wants to learn. I've had other kids that were younger than me, but they knew it all. Like.
Oh yeah, I just had one that he interviewed great. His resume looked fantastic. You get him out into the field, and he's completely full of shit. He didn't know. He didn't know dick, man. He didn't know how to put in a light switch, a GFI. I had him paint. Like part of we paint all of our own units too.
Yeah.
This dude, I had him paint a storage area just so I could see what he was capable of before I put him inside a unit or a common area or something. He's fucking rolling from the ceiling to the cement floor. He's painting on people's locks. He fucking painted their locks on their storage doors. He painted over the light switch. He painted the door casing. I've left it like that so I can take anybody else in there that thinks they know what they're doing, and
yeah,
this is what you don't do. You want to keep a job here? Like how do you do that? How do you fucking lie so bad on your resume, and then you get into the position, you get into the job, and you just fucking throw paint everywhere? Like it's okay.
That's what I want to try and get, dig into people and be like listen, if you're a young guy, even if apartment maintenance isn't for you, it will teach you so much about home ownership or just general knowledge that you will carry with you for your life.
Right. I mean, it's so much more than just doing the maintenance, man. Like
it's your own home.
It's that. It's like I feel like I'm a babysitter to some of these fucking people, a counselor, a shoulder to lean on, a priest. I'm marrying couples from the Ukraine. It's a lot more than just let's go fix a light switch. You can mature quite a bit. Dealing with some of the shit we deal with. It'll kind of show you. It'll teach you a lot about yourself, I guess. That's my point.
I'm
what you can handle.
Pretty excited that I had this 21-year-old kid I got. He's invested, and that's exciting for me. I gotta pass on good knowledge. He's willing to learn.
Yeah. Wait till you get them turned on to tools now, man.
I'll be honest with you guys. I gave him a bunch of good tools to carry around.
That's what I do the same thing, man. I have so much shit just floating around. It's like, you know what? If you're gonna take the time out of your day to hang out and try to make this job work,
right,
take some of these tools.
And not only that, you have 15 years, Dewey's got 10, I got 5, but I've spent my 5 years figuring out how to make jobs more simple with different tools. So I can literally put together a pack for this kid and tell him exactly
this is what you need.
Yeah, every tool is for, what you need it for, why you need it. You know, I mean,
when you're gonna need it.
yeah, exactly.
That's That's funny that you say that because I've in the back of my head I've had some content like that, like brewing, like the like it's almost the evolution of tools, like hand tools versus power tools. What you're gonna need, when you're gonna need it, why you're gonna need it at this point in our trade. You know, a kit that'll get you through 100% of your work can be carried in a fucking small bag, you know?
Yeah. You know, and to be honest with you, like I don't know what you guys buy for bags, but Husky, I think it's pretty top of the line.
Dude, I've been on a never-ending quest
Vita.
for the perfect tool bag.
Vito, I bought the smaller one, and that's
What is it? The
solid.
MC or
Yeah.
I have the MC. I have a couple like meter bags, and then I got that one I just bought.
I gotta watch your pack out video of that one.
That's a fucking killer bag, man. I don't care what anybody says. That bag is cool as shit.
I'll be, and I've told people that too. They're like, what is it about Vita? And I'm like, listen, the hype is real. It is.
They
You can't-
laugh, man. And you know what you can do on their website now is they'll set you up with a payment plan where you pay every 2 weeks. You don't have to pay the full price up front.
Yeah, so I mean,
it's so much easier to get a Vito. Instead of dropping 150 right now, you pay like $40 and you get your bag, and then 2 weeks later you pay another $40. I mean,
it's worth it.
it's totally worth it. And then you're buying like, I like Husky bags are like number 2. You know, like they're solid, great bags, but you could go through. Like my Husky bags haven't lasted. The straps break, the pockets rip, they fucking get beat up.
Well, yeah, like the insides of mine, they tear apart.
But
You know,
is it a Carlisle bag?
Let's see.
that's nice.
This
Back
ain't
back.
been used yet. But it's got little
It's got the
pull-out
tool wall.
storage.
Yeah, that's nice.
Vito's got something coming out just like that with removable.
Inside you got
Is it padded on the bottom?
yes, the hard
Does it have
plastic.
the polypropylene? What kind of bag is that? What's the name on that?
It's the Carlisle, but I forget who actually makes it. I looked it up. I'll have to look at it again, but I found out who actually makes it. And Carlisle just had their nameplate switched.
Huh.
Let's see.
Interesting. I was carrying a Klein backpack for the longest time, but man, I feel with those backpacks, I feel like I have to put a tool in every pocket, and then it becomes.
I haven't used
heavy.
the backpack yet. I feel weird about that, I guess.
They're convenient, man, especially if you're doing like a turn. You got your backpack on,
Oh, for sure.
one hand, fucking ladder in the other, and it frees up your hands, but you do kind of feel like a dickhead walking around in a tool backpack. Like, look at me.
AWP makes a good one.
That's all I think people like overlook apartment maintenance. Yeah, you're fucking toting around a ton of tools to try and fix problems, you know? Like,
Yeah. So that's exactly. I'm trying to carry everything with me that I'm going to need during the day, so I'm not going back to my shop every fucking 20 minutes. But it's impossible.
you know, they're like, oh, it's electrical problem. Oh, no, it was actually a leak under the sink. It's
Right. Oh, and while you're here, do you think you could fix this? You know?
Yeah. Yeah, and like I don't know, the best thing you can. So one thing I can say for sure is a great thing to carry around is if you've been Home Depot, they have the plumber's caulk Hercules, the little tubes, the squeeze tubes.
Yeah.
The clear caulk is like lifesaver in apartment maintenance. Because some of these 3-handle valves and stuff, like you got to change a washer or a seat valve or something behind, and like you're taking the cover off and it cracks. Well,
You just
you get
put
some
a
of
little
that
bit of that right there, man. Definitely. I could see where that would work out.
sticks right back on. You're good to go. No one knows the wiser, you know. You do all
Yeah.
you just tell them, oh yeah, you know, don't want any water getting behind there, so. Or another thing people don't know is when you're doing valves like that, or if you want to put a 3 valve thing in, put plumber's putty, you know, so water doesn't get back there.
A lot of people opt out of plumber's putty.
I don't know why.
I'm all about the plumber's putty. Even when I'm just putting in like a pop up on a new like drain for a sink or something, man. Always go with plumber's putty.
I hear people are using just silicone now.
Yeah, I've come across like caulk in there. I've come across people just gluing it with like liquid nails. Seriously.
That's fucking crazy,
Yeah.
man. Liquid nails?
No joke.
Oh, man.
Might as well just put toothpaste on it.
You fucking might as well not even install it, because when you go to replace that thing, it's not going anywhere, and you're gonna.
Well, that's the biggest problem. My property manager thinks that she knows the answer. So, like, when she sends me work orders, she'll try to figure out the issue.
I think mine does that too. She'll
I'm
leave a
like-
little note.
But here's the issue: is she tells the tenants also. And I'm like,
Exactly.
no,
And that
no.
fucks everything up. Or
Yeah.
for me, like the tenant will tell her what's wrong, and then so she takes that as the gospel, and that's
Yeah.
never what's going on, man. It's never the case.
Yeah,
Like,
you're
oh, so and so said this was going on. Like I got a call on Friday that this lady said she had no heat coming at her. We have electric baseboard heat. And she's like, oh, she has no heat. So I told her to turn the thermostat until it clicks. So it would come on. And the resident reported that it wasn't even clicking to come on. I was like, okay. I go over there. The fucking heat's cranking and it's clicking on. She just wanted the heat up higher and it wasn't like warm enough for her. Like,
right.
it's like, don't
Unfortunately,
don't try to diagnose it yourself. Just
wear more clothes. That's
Let us do our job.
right. Like take the no heat call and leave it at that. Don't try to tell her to turn the thermostat up, or don't tell her to turn the thermostat up till it clicks. And then don't tell her it's not working when it doesn't click. Because
Exactly.
we're looking for now we're on the hunt for clicks, and she's gonna be paranoid that nothing's clicking, and there goes my day, you know?
Or like, you know, we get ones like there's a leak under the sink, and like you're expecting like the water supply lines and stuff, but no, it's just like the P-trap is clogged. Has nothing to do with the leak. It's not leaking at all. It's just clogged thing. So
Or-
you go up
Or
to a certain
somebody spilled some cleaning products. I've gotten that call more than a bunch of times. They see wet shit underneath their sink, so it's automatically a leak.
Yeah,
Something
a leak.
spilled down there.
I had one girl where her P-trap was, she kept saying it was leaking, and you know the first 3 calls the other guy went out. You know, I went out on the 4th, and it was still leaking. I just told him, I said, call the fucking plumber and see if he does anything. He goes in, does it. We get a call back a couple weeks later. It's fucking leaking. So I pipe doped every goddamn joint on that thing. I haven't been called back yet. But I hate pipe doping. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I don't like pipe doping drains up.
What do you mean as far as pipe doping drains?
Like traps and stuff, going all the way down pipe dope.
Oh no, you don't pipe dope. That's all thumb tight, man. Just
Yeah, but some people, and I did that on that one, and
sometimes it'll help. It'll help that, or it'll stop that little bead of water from getting by. In that instance, I'm all for it. I'm not, if I'm installing if I'm roughing in some new pipe or something like that, or putting in whatever, I'm not gonna go out of my way to pipe dope it. That's how I feel.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. I don't like, and same thing with there's some people that caulk around toilets and some that don't.
Upstairs toilets I'll caulk around. Downstairs I will. It's more cosmetic. Downstairs
We're not even allowed to.
Really?
I'm the one that's going to be pulling it when it needs to be repaired. You know what I mean? So
it's a good point.
Like our rule is, if like a wax ring's leaking, they'd rather it be visible to report the issue than where if you caulk it, it'll just retain all that water and rot the board out and all that stuff.
yeah.
Well, what I do sometimes you have a rocking toilet or whatever, and the easiest thing to do in that moment, maybe caulk around it to tighten it down. So I'll do the front part and leave the back open. That way, if there's any leaks, it can just.
I always caulk around them. It's like I said, more for a cosmetic thing. It doesn't really serve a purpose when I do it.
Yeah.
I just want that nice bead around it to go, it's like a finished product. And
yeah.
It's like a thing I have for seams and joints, man. I just go around and caulk everything. Just so
do you guys see that Lex Vance video where he had to put a new toilet in because that old guy's fucking balls were hitting the water? Yeah, he had to put a deeper bowl on a toilet because some guy came in the office my fucking nutsack's dragging in the water.
That's funny shit.
It was.
Splash.
That would suck.
That'd be like you go in the morning, dude. It's 20 degrees out, and you're dipping your nuts in the fucking water first thing. I'd get sick of that shit too.
Hell yeah, man. I mean,
but then again, maybe I'd figure out a way to just
deal with it.
Not get them in the toilet. That's funny.
It was a funny story. He's got some good ones. BW Electronics, I learned you always use the new style plumber's putty to put in heating elements and water heaters after trying to get them out when it wasn't used.
Your plumber's puttying in elements on water heaters. That's the first I've heard of that.
Yeah,
I mean, teach their own. Sometimes people are taught to do things certain ways, or that's a company standard. I don't go out of my way to plumber's putty in heating elements.
I mean, if it works, it works. I guess.
Right.
Maybe Teflon, but
not even. There's no. They thread right in and sit snug. There's no need for any. For any excess material in there, and that's just my opinion. I wouldn't do it, but if it works for you, man, go for it. Rock and roll.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I actually had a guy reach out to me on Instagram. He meant pipe dope.
Oh, right on. Yeah, that makes a little more sense.
he knew as a part maintenance guy, and he had his hot water tank fucking shit the bed. And he asked me, how to do shit for it, and I explained it to him, which was also pretty cool because he reached out to me. He's like,
Yeah. I had a
yeah,
couple guys do that too, man. It's cool.
yeah, it definitely is, man. Makes you feel good.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions about tools. Like, what should I use here? What do you use here? Or you know what I mean?
See, that's what I hate about my channel is like I definitely love tools and like kind of explaining about like how I've made things easier for myself with tools, but like I also want to show the apartment maintenance aspect, but like it's hard to film that stuff. It really is.
Especially like them odd specialty tools that you don't use often, but when you do, they come in handy.
Yeah, exactly.
So I find myself doing a lot of like coverage of like flips and turns and stuff like that. It's hard to do. I don't want to be like sitting there trying to make a video. I'm working in somebody's unit and have them like come home or have them be sleeping and listening to me. I don't even know if my company has like a standard on or a rule on social media. I'm sure that's something that'll evolve.
Yeah,
eventually.
my company does. And that's why I don't do nothing.
It's also the other apartments around you. You don't want to be fucking working in there. People thinking you're talking to yourself.
No, I don't. Not necessarily that, but like I don't know, using their apartment, like recording their shit inside their apartment. You know what I mean? That's more so where I don't know how I would feel if somebody was in my house being like, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking take a picture of his bed or whatever," you know.
I don't think I would do it like that, but like
but some like I don't know, some people can be super picky when it comes down to it, and they can bitch about, "Oh, he's supposed to be working in my apartment, not fucking making videos."
Exactly.
And it's like, well, Matt, why are you making videos? Just it opens up a whole nother
can of worms.
Yeah. But I feel the same way. I would like to do more of like what I do during the day, man, and like show people how I do certain things. Maybe, teach or share. Or if somebody else has a better way of doing it, they can show me up.
Yeah, there's one time on a hot one of our hot water boilers, domestic hot waters. I had to change out a circulator pump, but like in the moment, you want to get that shit done quick. So I wasn't thinking about recording it, but when it was all said and done, I was like, man, I wish I would have recorded all that.
Right, I've bumped into that a ton of times, man. Like that would make a great video. Fuck.
Yeah,
maybe not though. Maybe it's just me or you thinking.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I feel you.
Definitely a cool profession, though. I mean,
yeah, I love it, man. I've been locked up in it for a long time now and had opportunities to go elsewhere or, do my own thing, but I like where I'm at.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's been pretty fucking awesome, like meeting guys like you guys, where we can actually start now getting together, talking, and shooting the shit about everything. Like that's kind of what I wanted to build my channel towards. So.
Yeah, that's community, man. That's what I want to do too. I want to. Kind of got to be there for each other. We get such a bad fucking rap,
We really do. I mean, well, like a lot of, some people will comment that I'm just a fucking drug addict, YouTube piece of shit.
Hey, Fuck
To
them.
me, that's the ice cream man driving around giving your kids ice cream.
It blows my mind that like these people have nothing better to
I know,
do.
dude, it when all you're trying to do is like make some decent content because you're having fun with it and you want to, you're just having fun and you got some asshole that's got to chime in. Hey, dickhead, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know this, you don't know that. It's like why waste your time trying to
Right.
tell me this stuff? What's the
I'm not,
point?
I'm not being a piece of shit, like trying to lead people in some dark road. I'm trying to enlighten some people.
Exactly. It's
I'll be honest. I miss the Brotherhood of Dirt. I'm not gonna lie. Just gonna say,
well, I was just starting out, man, and all I got was like, oh, you're not a dirt biker. You're fucking
fuck
blah
that.
blah blah. I'm like, you know what? Fuck off. I don't even want to be bothered with it. It's easier if it's easier to change my name to something different than to deal with some cocksucker trying to tell me I have the wrong name and on YouTube, for Christ's sake. I mean, whatever.
Well, y'all, I'm gonna have to bounce.
Yeah, I'll roll out too here soon.
I'm
Do
gonna
we?
hang out, but I'm being summoned.
That's fine, man. I appreciate you coming on, man, taking your time. It ain't the first time you've been on either.
No, and it hopefully ain't gonna be the last.
Hell no, brother.
Nope, this is it, Dewey.
Cut
This is
them
it right here,
cords
man.
over.
Till next Saturday.
Yep. Well,
No, you
I'll
should-
see y'all. Nice hanging out.
Definitely.
I'll give y'all a shout and we'll touch base for next weekend.
Sounds good, man.
Sounds good.
All right,
Cobalt,
see y'all.
man. All right, later, buddy.
Later.
Then there were two. I got a beer left. I'm just gonna finish this and then we can.
I got
Yeah,
a little sippy left.
about the same. But yeah, man, like you and Dewey and stuff, man. Like I feel very fortunate to have connected with you guys and
Yeah,
be able,
that's what
be able to
it's all
talk,
about, man.
yeah, other people that just experience the same stuff and like it's a great trade for people to get into.
Yeah. And I think it's misunderstood. Maintenance people there's a cliche that comes with the maintenance guy. And I'm trying to defeat that mold, that form, the preconceived notion of what a maintenance guy is.
When I first started my channel, I think my first video, it's like I'm an apartment maintenance guy, and like I think I said something where like I was like, you guys probably don't think shit of me,
Right, yeah.
But then like the more I grew, the more I was like, no, I do a lot of shit.
Ed, your voice matters, man. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, your voice matters. Just like YouTube's flooded with everything else, and everyone else is acting like their voice matters, so why can't we?
Yeah, and that's where I got to like a point now where like I met you, Dewey. Apartment maintenance is in the house also. Stockton, man. Like a lot of guys that just now I'm kind of connecting with, and it's becoming good, becoming fun.
Yeah, I hope it continues. I hope it blossoms a little bit more. We need. I don't know. We have our own community. There's a ton of people out there, just like you and me, just like any other maintenance guy tuning in, man. We all have the same desire to learn and to share experiences, to talk about tools. And
You're
it's good to
wise,
find
man.
people with the same passion, you know?
Yeah, like I don't know, talking with you or like when we first started talking, it's just like you know, talking to anyone else, easy,
Yeah.
fun. We have a weird, we're like separated at birth or something.
Yeah. My girlfriend's getting jealous. She's been like reading Instagram posts, and she's afraid I'm gonna run off with you or something eventually because we're too much alike or some shit. I'm like, you don't have to worry about that. But it is strange. Dear.
What's even more strange is every time I open up Instagram, you have a new post up, like right then and there. So I'm usually like the first few that like or comment your posts.
Oh, well, you're one of the only to comment. It's all good though.
You are killing it on Instagram.
Like I said, it's so much easier to just snap a couple pictures and take
It
2
is.
seconds to write a quick fucking quip about what I'm doing, you know?
But you know what? Instagram's the same bullshit as YouTube.
No, I'm getting shit on. I got some guy when I posted those pictures of the Ryobi cordless miter I grabbed. He's like, "Oh, you don't have to. Wouldn't it be nice to not be girly and buy a DeWalt saw?" And he's telling me how the Ryobi's garbage and all this shit. I'm like, bro, don't fucking waste your time. To go somewhere else and look at their Instagram. Why you gotta call me out? You know, like,
Get the VCG's Instagram.
right. Just don't bother me. I'm sorry that my post got you all butthurt, bro. You know,
That's the weird thing, right?
I held the gun to his head and made him look. You know, he had to.
Yeah. Right there, man. You're like, fucking look at that shit.
Ryobi, it's beautiful.
I don't know. I'll be honest. I have that 10-inch cordless, brushless one sliding miter saw. That thing has been. It's been awesome.
That's a good saw. The one I just bought the little 7 1/4 guy to have a portable chop saw. You know, I don't have to rely on a cord. I just don't get how. As soon as you see that Ryobi name, people are automatically thumbs down in it, man. They don't even give
like
a chance.
Yeah, they're 20 years behind the time. Ryobi's made so many good listen, what am I going to buy? Am I going to buy the Ryobi caulking gun, the automatic battery powered, or the M12? I'll take the Ryobi for $40.
Right, I'd rather spend 30 on
Yeah, because it's
gonna do the same fucking thing.
Yeah, I mean, some people are just they're ridiculous in the
It's amazing to me how it becomes more apparent, I guess, when you're doing Instagram or you're doing YouTube, and you can see the comments and you can read people's like disgust with you for buying certain tools, and it blows my mind, I guess, why people waste their time worrying about what I'm buying.
Yeah, I don't understand where all
all the hate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not perfect. I fuck up, but Ryobi's fucking been a great company for last 10 years. I'd say 12 years.
Well,
And people will be like, "Oh, well, it's not contractor grade." Bullshit! You just haven't used it as that. It would definitely.
That's what I'm saying, man. You just don't use it. They're too quick to. That's the Milwaukee fanboy syndrome, man. It's my shit's always gonna be better than your shit because I own a Milwaukee or I own a DeWalt, and it's that kind of mind frame. That kind of. I don't want that person watching my shit. Then
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
You're gonna come into it. You're gonna come into everything already thinking you know better than everybody else just because you bought a M18 hammer drill.
That's the hardest thing. Like, I do like Milwaukee. I just don't like the stigma.
And the people that come with it, man. Those hardcore Milwaukee fanboys.
It's tough.
It is.
It is tough. All right, man. Well, I'll let you get back to life.
There's life. Fuck, this is the quietest my house has been in like fucking 10 years, man. I locked all my kids in their room. Hopefully they're still alive. I should probably go check.
Yeah. That would be good.
All right, it's been fun. It's been real.
I appreciate you joining me, man. And maybe next weekend. If not, we'll hop on another one for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
But
we'll figure it out.
I appreciate you.
Likewise.
All right, have a good one, buddy.
Yeah, man. Be good.
Will do.
Later.
Later.